Welcome to Infinity Isle, and this is Cybert signing into Red Alert 3 for our first game of the day. It is a subscriber replay showcase. We have got viewer-submitted games to check out, and this first one is featuring the Green Soviets on the left side, LA8, versus the Yellow Empire on the right side. This is Skander. And normally, we see Infinity Isle right at the beginning. You're like, oh, come on. We've seen this map a million billion times. What's the deal? Let's do something different. This is the last time we will see Infinity Isle today. We will see some other 1v1 maps. We will see probably some weird, wonky stuff. But this is the last time we will see Infinity Isle today. So we got to get at least one game in on it. We got a bunch of team games to check out today. We got a fast third refinery coming in from an Empire player. Some Empire players find fast war factory from Soviets extremely difficult to deal with. But the advantage is you're going fast 3 refineries and your Soviet opponent hasn't done anything. So I guess it's not a free win, but it's not that far off. Also, yeah, conscripts against Imperial Warriors, they just don't do enough DPS. The Banzai charge is too good. And once you get out enough Imperial Warriors, you need an insane amount of conscripts to actually counter them. MCV is repositioned a little bit for our Yellow Empire. Double barracks, what? What is this guy? Who goes at double barracks? This is the slowest, strangest build. Normally, if there's this much of a delay on the war factory, it's because you're getting a third refinery. It's because you're getting a super reactor or something like that. There's a reason for it, but here, well, let's see. 3 Banzai charging Imperial Warriors. They're kind of going after similar targets, so they didn't split as quickly as they could, and that is too many conscripts for so few Imperial Warriors. If they had maybe been split to different targets, that might have been something. What is... Okay, he is getting a super reactor. This is double barracks super reactor play. Double barracks, no oil derrick. If you're going to go double barracks, definitely get the oil derrick. I feel like you got to go for the oil derrick. If this is your plan... Okay, Mecha Bay right into tier 3. Before the Mecha Bay's even here, before the first Tengu wiggles its way onto the map, we have the tier 3 already deployed. Okay, this is funky times at Infinity Isle High. Possibly because both of these folks are under the influence while playing this match. All right. This defender is going to do really well. I mean, it won't win against infinite conscripts, but when you have a couple of tangos, you have a couple of Imperial Warriors, one defender core can hold its own for a long time. Up to the high ground goes the Soviet MCV. Still no oil derrick captured by the Soviet player. Not even an engineer headed that way. It seems like free money in a build where you need extra cash because you don't have a third refinery. Against a 3 refinery fast teching Empire player. This is feeling like some Skrin level stuff from our Empire player. Skander, if he loses this game, he's going naval yard at the same time. Just do one thing. Choose one thing and do that. Oh, good. Barracks on the high ground. 3rd refinery coming in from our Soviet player. And these goofballs deciding they are going to play the strangest game of Red Alert 3 that maybe you have ever seen. Big thanks to the folks who support the channel over on Patreon, like Mediastorm, Deadly Shadow, Freddy I, Anoxic Spud, Admiral Akbar 47, and Josh C. I don't know what we're gonna do. Okay, if this defender core doesn't have anything next to it, it can get overwhelmed by these conscripts. There are 4 Imperial Warriors. They're literally running away. They say, I'm not gonna fight that. There's 4 Imperial Warriors and 2 Tengus. They may not actually be able to kill off all of these conscripts before the conscripts burn down this ore refinery. It's going to be a 2 refinery, tier 3 Empire player But if that barracks gets taken down, it won't matter. What is going on? One tsunami tank might kill every single conscript. We will find out. He's getting targeted down. This is a lot of conscripts. He splits after 80% of his conscripts have been run over. And it looks like the conscripts will win out in the end. Oh, they take down the barracks. Okay, no Eureka, nothing like that. We are going to get through this match without a Eureka rush. And the Harvester is being brought off the line. We got a Tier 3 Empire Mecha Bay building tsunami tanks. This guy fast-teched to Tier 3, and he almost gets dumpstered by 100 conscripts. And then behind this, it's just more conscripts. The oil derrick still hasn't been captured, but there is 3 barracks worth of production. No flak troopers, no Teslas. It is conscripts as far as the eye can see. Conscript, baby, let's go is exactly right. All right. Are we going Tier 2 on the Imperial Docks? Was he trying to go Tier 3 on every production structure at the same time after going fast 3 ref? I don't know if this is going to work, bro. I don't know if this is a good idea. Yeah, you might want to switch back to the guns for that one. Another tsunami tank is going to be coming in here. Only Tier 1 and Tier 2 units have been produced by that Mecha Bay. Tsunami tank does get eliminated. Ore collector does get eliminated. Oh, honorable discharge hasn't been purchased either. So this is actually even less effective than it could be. Tier 3 has already been purchased, so the nanotech mainframe maybe doesn't serve a huge function. We do have Tier 2 out on our naval yard. And yeah, man, you can't use the Molotov cocktails versus moving targets like that. It just does not work. And I don't know, this might be the only cost-effective King Oni in Red Alert 3 history, partially because he's just walking all over 800 conscripts. And eventually, the King Oni will pay for itself just by crushing conscripts. It may not be for a while, but it will eventually happen. MCV cell! Whoa, this guy going full out. He says, I've got 3 refineries. No, he sold his barracks! Oh, no! He sold his barracks! Why would you sell your barracks when you're MCV selling? Oh, and he doesn't even grab the oil derrick. And now he's got 1 engineer, so now what you see is what you get. He can sell off a couple of these buildings. I guess at this point, you sell off the ore refineries. What do you need the extra cash for? You build a bunch of harvesters, and you just send the harvesters over just to hopefully distract your opponent. Obviously, they can't really do anything, but you can distract your opponent with them. And maybe you keep around 1 ore refinery. He kills the 2nd ore refinery. There's only 1 refinery for our Empire player. And this conscript rush, double barracks all the way conscript rush, is somehow crushing through a Tier 3 Empire player. King Onis are still going to crush almost... Oh, he's going for the Mecha Bay! He's distracted the King Onis! He gets the Mecha Bay! Are you kidding me? He gets the power plant. He gets a Tier 3 Empire Mecha Bay, and he still has 3 refineries, so he can produce just infinite everything. Oh, the conscript rush is only the distraction. And he's still got the super reactor, so he's still got more than enough power. He's got his own King Oni. He's got a King Oni out on the field. He can build an Empire MCV. He goes in for the bull rush. And there is no... Oh, he rebuilt the mainframe core. He didn't build a barracks to try and get an engineer cap off on this Mecha Bay. Instead, he tries to kill it with his King Onis, and now he's actually getting double-teamed by King Onis. It's a 2 for 2. The Harvester getting in on the action. The Harvester going to be gunning down this King Oni, and all Skander wants to do is kill that Mecha Bay, but LA8 doesn't let it happen. What in the world is this game? Power plant's going down. A Soviet Empire player versus an Empire player who's about to be losing at Tier 2 docks. I don't even know, man. I guess you just go, like, mass tsunami tank at this point. or maybe even Tengus to make sure that you can hunt them down wherever they run. Build an Empire MCV. Oh, man. King Oni's going to be clearing everything up. LA8 and Skander both playing Empire in this SVE. He steals a tier 3 Mecha Bay. Are you kidding me? Still like 5 conscripts dotted throughout the map. Yeah, the Naval Yard is all the way in the corner. This is a 3 refinery Empire versus a 1 refinery Empire. Please tell me you're either going MCV or Tsunami tanks. You need some Namis out there. Like, one Tsunami could end this game. Just drives out there, kill the Harvester, take down the Naval Yard. What are they going to do? Build a second Harvester? Yeah, right. You must be building an MCV. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the chasing around the conscripts was the distraction. Max Meows the Cat in the chat calling it out. That's an Empire MCV. The King Onis were so worried about killing the conscripts. They were like, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go. Run, run, run. Kill those conscripts. I would love if he double expanded. He just goes, how much cash does this Joker have? LA8 has 10 grand in the bank. Yeah, he could go double refinery right from the start. He could go triple refinery right from the start. And Skander, of course, on like 0 cash. He's trying to get out another refinery. I don't even know, man. Probably sell off the nanotech mainframe core. Probably sell that off and, like, maybe go... Oh, no, we went Wave Force! Okay, he goes Wave Force. He's styling. That's way better than the practical answer of, like, going for Tsunami tanks. Goes for the Wave Force so that he can just crush through these buildings at a distance. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. You gotta park over here. You parked in the wrong spot. Don't deploy there. Conscripts are just waiting for that refinery to deploy. Oh, please double expand. Please double expand because it's funny. Hey, he's going for another power plant. He got tier 2. Goes... Oh, man. Goes for the Defender VX as well. He spent cash on that Defender VX. The MCV's like, I gotta get out of here. I don't know, this is crazy. I guess the Naval Yard, or the refinery is out of range of the conscripts. Oh, the refinery's not, though! The refinery's not! Oh, Skander. You were trying to do something nutso, and it just, he did. He double expanded. At least triple expand. I would love if he also took the high ground refinery. Just like, why? Why do you need 6 refineries? Final Squadron. Tier 3 Final Squadron. It doesn't even kill the Wave Force. Double vet Wave Force. Just absolutely cracking along. 1 Tsunami tank going out to the Naval Yard. Going out to the refinery in the water. Yeah, look at this. 1 Tsunami tank versus 2 Harvesters. Okay, now the Tengus are coming in, making it an unfair fight. I mean, that's just not even nice. DachiMK says, what am I watching? That's a great question. A question that will be studied for many years to come. Keep in mind, this game started out... I guess Tsunami tanks can't shoot up. This game started out with a double barracks, no war factory conscript rush. That is what this game started out as. All right, C-Wing, do you want to shoot up or down? Tsunami tank or Chopper VX, take your pick. Because the other one is going to kill your docks. 1 Chopper VX goes down. Tsunami tank helps get the kill on the C-Wing. And, I mean, it's GG, but Skander is not giving up. He's got a tier 2 Naval Yard. He's got no income, no refineries, no nothing. He's got 2 power plants, though. Let's see. Skander has 1,000 credits, so even if he sold off both of the power plants, which you need 1 of them for the refinery anyways, even if you sold off both of them, he still would not have enough cash. His only hope is to engineer cap, I guess, the MCV, and maybe sell off his MCV, engineer cap the other MCV, sell off that, engineer cap the war factory. That is his only way back in this game, and then he would have enough cash to get a refinery and also sell off one of these power plants. But Skander is out of this game. LA8 has made the comeback, and there we go. It was all over. The writing was on the wall, and that is an amazing way to start off game number 1 of this subscriber replay showcase. A very silly, very goofy way to start off game number 1. I mean, if you're going to have a game 1, why not make it a conscript rush? Look at this. 70 units up here. Bonk just touches it. Just touches it a couple of times and then crashes down. This guy literally sitting over here at like 0 units. That'll do it for game number 1. They're not always that fun, but man, what a great 1v1 to kick us off with. What a match to jump into. Real EXS Blood. Are you the real EXS Blood? Thank you for the follow, but you do make me wonder. For those of you guys who don't know, EXS was a clan or a team. I believe it was short for Exceptionally Skilled. And there was a player on that team named Blood. That was a long time ago. Are you the real EXS Blood? Welcome to the stream. If you are, what would it take to get you back into the game? RJ Lart says 10 out of 10. That was a pretty 10 out of 10 game. Obviously, the level of play was not, but the pure level of entertainment, that was 10 out of 10. That was an amazing game to kick off our first 11. And I mean, hey, we started with like an hour of downtime, just chilling, talking, and now we are into the games. And the first one is an action-packed punch to the face. Hopefully, all of the other ones are as well. But let's find out. Welcome to Carville for Game 2, our first Carville 2v2v2 of the day. The Orange Soviets making up team number 1. This is domincroo. Not Dominic 2, but domincroo. As the Cyan Empire, this is Becker789. Down on the south side, playing as the Blue Allies. This is DachiMK. Actually represented in the chat here today. What's going on, Dachi? And look at these walls. That is a classic Carville move. As the Red Allies, Dachi's teammate, this is PrinceSaleh. Meanwhile, rounding out the... Oh, double walls! This guy is so ready for the turrets to get deployed. As the purple allies, this is TennohikaBanzai. Banzai? Okay, TennohikaBanzai? TennoHikaBanzai. I thought his name was TennoBanzai, and then I looked at it, and it's slightly different. Anyways, Yellow Empire, this is WarServer. You guys have seen some of these names before. It's game 2. We're on Carville. We have got some funkiness headed our way already. Purple Allies is literally just, they're running for the hills. They're like, I'm out of here. And of course, Red Prince has moved from the high ground down to the low ground. Classic move for a player. And also, multi-gunner turret gets deployed immediately by Dachi. So MK is like, I am here to stop you. I guess WarServer thought they were going to try and fight for this location. He was wrong. WarServer, he put down a bunch of wall segments in a defensive manner as like a benefit to his ally, and it just, it didn't work. WarServer, it looks like, is going to be able to take a couple of the oil derricks around the map, so that's a good start for him. But wasting a bunch of cash on wall segments that your ally immediately abandons is not the best start. Other than that, TennohikaBanzai is getting dumpstered. I mean, his main base is done for. He is escaping to the top side of the map, and they're going to try and fight this one out from there. WarServer immediately 4 Tengus right down the middle of the map, and he is dropping 4 Tengus on an ore collector. This guy means business. At the same time, Becker, the Cyan Empire, he is split to the top of the map as well, so he's going to be fighting out for the top of the map with TennohikaBanzai, and they're going to have to figure out which one of them actually really wants the top of the map. Sentry Gun is coming up, which means, I guess, no super reactor. Yeah, he went fast third refinery, so Dominic has no super reactor, so no Tesla coils, which means you just swing to the other side of the refinery, and you avoid the Sentry Gun entirely. You get those Tengus out of there. You don't want to 1v1 a Sentry Gun with a Tengu, but it is 3 refineries, 1 harvester for Dominic. Prince and Daki going to be double expanding, it looks like. Daki goes into the corner. He's going to be set up with 4 refineries relatively soon, and Prince is going to be doing the same thing. This is a double allies team that's about to have 8 refineries between them. Meanwhile, the guys in the middle of the map getting a bit dumpstered. WarServer is, I think he's going to be playing a 1v2 in a moment here. WarServer is, he's definitely holding his own, and he is dominating Dominic. But that sort of means he's going to spend all of his cash fighting Dominic, while 2 allied players just get a free start in the corner of the map. They've got this entire section of the map, like 20% of the map, under their control. Dachi? Is that better? Dachi? He's actually in the chat, so he can give me tips on the pronunciation. Why is this... What's going on? Is this a... This is like a triple barracks into triple refinery into the latest mecha bay that we've ever seen. The only war factory that was later than that was the Soviet war factory in that last game. WarServer going to be coming up to the north with a couple of Tengus, also with a refinery. He's got a couple of Imperial Warriors also just to help TennohikaBanzai clear up the map. A couple of Vindicators coming out from Dachi. WarServer taking over this map in the north, but he's about to have a double allied spoonful of power shoved down his throat. All right, a couple of Riptides showing up. A pretty weak first showing, and somehow, someway, Dominic has survived. So Dominic keeps the hope alive. He hasn't expanded out to these 4 refineries here, so he does still have a chance to take 2 additional refineries relatively easily. A couple of Riptides getting cleaned up. It's Mass Tengu here to clean up those Riptides. Vindicators are here. Dachi says, not today. Oh, no. Okay, yeah. Back off. Back off. You're not going to take those Tengus. I guess you could if WarServer is not paying attention at all. 1 refinery for our allied player, and it's an off-center refinery. TennohikaBanzai, he just does not have any cash. He didn't skip over this refinery. He's got at least the command hub there ready to go, but he needs a second refinery desperately. Right now, WarServer basically playing a 1v2v2. Oil Derrick gets sniped there by Dachi. And things actually kind of calming down a little bit here. 4 refineries up and running for Becker. So he's had the opportunity to get 4 refineries up and running. What are you building all those walls for, bud? What are you doing with those wall segments? It looks like he's building a little cage for all of his Tengus to sit in so that he can apply point defense drones to a very tightly bunched group of Tengus. This is one of those things that you can do in 2v2v2s. You can't do it in tournaments. You basically get the Tengus to collide in a way that they don't normally, and you can apply point defense drones to way more units than you would ever be able to normally. WarServer got pretty much the maximum right there, but you could have 8 times as many Tengus, all with point defense drones. Because there is not a limit to the number, it's just an area. Prince comes in here, a couple of Javelin soldiers, they will be dealt with pretty darn easily. The Tengus get the kill there, and meanwhile, Dachi moves out with his tier 3 allies. He has got fully revved up. Wouldn't even be surprised to see these guys go for a couple of aircraft carriers as well. A couple of them might be on the docket relatively soon. WarServer getting not quite dumpstered. We'll see how he's able to defend this location. A couple of Chopper VXs are here. Apollo's going to town on these Tengus, and they're getting some free kills here. Meanwhile, Athena Cannon goes down. Mirage Tank gets eliminated. Javelin Soldiers clearing up the Tengus one by one. Those Apollos may get annihilated, but this Mirage is not. Blasting through these last couple of Empire units, and WarServer just gets tanked down to the ground. He still has a bit of life left in him, but that attack was only wave 1 from this double allied team, and once WarServer is knocked down, I'm not sure who is going to be next to even stand up to Dachi and the Prince. Tsunami Tank gonna get an amazing crush off here, a bunch of Javelin Soldiers, but nope, not anymore, because the Shrink comes in. That's a tier 2 Mecha Bay that has produced its last unit. It gets frozen there. The MCV gets shrunk, and the MCV is now going to get frozen and destroyed. Goodbye, MCV. Goodbye, WarServer. Could he bounce back from this? Theoretically, yes, but I don't even know if he has any production outside of this. Mirage Tank gets the crush there just for style points and not for any real practical reason. He has a barracks. So WarServer is out. There's actually going to be the sell-off. WarServer is, I think, literally leaving the game. And that's actually a sell-off of a refinery as well. TennohikaBanzai. Okay, WarServer has been defeated. TennohikaBanzai is now in a 1v2v2. Those ore collectors seem pretty suspicious, the way they're driving around. I don't know what's inside of these sudden transports, but they are not TennohikaBanzais. And we'll find out exactly who has what. I'm guessing they're Beckers, but I guess we'll find out. Could be a bunch of tank busters. Could be, you know, kind of nothing. Like it's just a distraction force. Or maybe there is a Eureka in one of them. But at any rate, Dachi and the Prince are looking very well set up to take this game. domincroo has bounced back. WarServer almost dumpstered him right at the beginning of the game. And domincroo has been, you know, fighting from an off-foot position. He's been off balance. But he seems pretty well stabilized. He's taken a bunch of refineries around the edges, so he has a good number of total refineries. 3, 4, 5, 6, plus an oil derrick, so that's very respectable. Could have 7. Hasn't cleared out the last of those walls, but it sort of just feels like a bit of a stomp from Dachi and the Prince. They got basically a free start, and they're both good enough players that they're not going to let a free start go to waste. Refinery gets taken out by that aircraft carrier. EMP slams into the MCV. This Assault Destroyer is going in there as well. I don't know whatever happened to those. Oh, here they are. They're Assault Destroyers. Hey, I wonder what's going on here. What is going on here with all of these Assault Destroyers? Oh, and they almost get caught, but it's going to be mass Empire Infantry. Becker is here to kill 2 power plants. You thought the real win was killing off your opponent's units. The real win was apparently killing off their power plants. And we now have an airfield getting targeted down, but these infantry, the crowdcopters are actually just freezing the infantry sort of all at once. And eventually the Athena Cannon is going to burn through a bunch of these units. Becker shows up with some Tengus. This is his big play. He's got so many Tengus with point defense drones. And suddenly, where did these 3 Athena Cannons come from, you wonder? But of course, no. They are actually sudden transports, just like before. Way too many Tengus. They're going to be able to do some kind of damage, but Becker is only half of this fight. Dominic needs to put something out onto the field as well. He needs to challenge the Navy of the Prince and Dachi. But I don't know if that's actually going to happen. Mirage tanks coming in here, cryocopters as well. And when you try to kill an MCV with Tengus, you're going to have a bad time. It takes a lot of Tengu firepower to bring down an MCV, and if you don't have the free time to be able to kill off that MCV with Tengus, it is not going to work. Unfortunately for Dachi, he is not able to kill off all of the Tengus before losing whatever that was, an airfield or something. But he's lost 2 or 3 airfields in this game, and I think he's going to be fine regardless. So he's already got a ton of Apollos. He's got a ton of Cryocopters. Just clears out every single one of those Tengus. Doing the classic Cryocopter Vindicator thing. He's already cleared out Becker from much of the top part of this map. And yeah, this is just an early advantage gained very clearly by Dachi and Prince, but they are not giving it up. They're basically making all of the right moves to not let this fall away from them. Not even letting the oil derricks stand. A couple of flak troopers. There's more cryocopters than there are flak troopers. What are you running away from the cryocopters for? Another Athena cannon comes into the base, I think that was. And of course, it's a sudden transport, so it gets killed off. And oh man, you may have a lot of point defense drones, but that isn't really going to help you against all of these Mirage tanks, which are just tearing your base apart. Goodbye MCV, can take down the Mecha Bay as well. And I guess those Tengus will eventually be able to transform. And domincroo, Becker, they are not giving up. So you have to give it to them for that. These Mirage tanks, they're just trying to back away from the Tengus. And Mirage tanks can kill just about an infinite number of Tengus if the Tengus are not on top of the Mirages. That honorable discharge will shred Mirages, but if the Mirages have a little bit of space, this is like the greatest Soviet story that they tell their kids at bedtime, the time they killed an Allied assault destroyer. And there we go, GG. That was, I guess a stomp. The Harvester move was funny, but like, that was just kind of a straightforward, really stompy win by Dachi and Prince. There we go. I got nothing other than that. Dachi, I know I was saying your name wrong. Is Dachi more correct, or is it Dachi? Or do you even care that much? As long as it's not Daki? Dachi. Dachi? It's more straightforward for me to pronounce than Zugspitze. Dachi, okay. So lean into the CH rather than turning the CH into a K. Are you guys ready for a 3v3? We have got ourselves a new map to showcase. Big thanks to everyone showing up in the Twitch stream. Seems like everyone has been enjoying the games. First game was a ton of fun. Second game, a bit of a bash, a bit of a slam. And, you know, I guess that's okay. Some games are a bit one-sided. We will persevere despite that. Welcome to Snow Amaranth, a new 3v3 map. I believe designed by Zugspitze, but do not take my word for it. I think that's what someone said, but I'm not 100% sure. In the north, as the Cyan Soviets, this is Yuno. His teammate as the Red Empire, this is SweetDreams. And rounding out the team in the north as the Yellow Allies, this is DutchArmy. Meanwhile, on the south side, as the Purple Empire, give it up for darknage. In the middle, as the green is Chlepsidre. That's a name that I'm not going to pronounce. And as the Blue Allies, this is Annisok. I think that's a question. Hey, is Ann okay? Has anyone heard from Ann? Are they okay? All right, so this map does have a number of destructible bridges, and when they get destroyed, as they have been immediately, it kind of turns into like a one attack path kind of map, and we'll see. We'll see. My initial thought is one attack path maps are never good. Obviously, there's a lot of water on this map as well. Like all Red Alert 3 maps, basically, it is an island, so yeah. But I mean, Infinity Isle has some stalematey problems based on its single attack path as well. And the fact that, and Snowplow also. Oh, I guess this is basically Snowplow? This is 3v3 Snowplow. Kind of. But yeah, Snowplow has the same exact thing, right? You got 4 bridges, which create 5 attack paths, but everyone immediately destroys the 4 bridges. And then you have a 1 attack path map, and then it just turns into like a slow turret push through the middle of the map. But we'll see if Snow Amaranth is the same thing. A couple of sickles are here. Good number of Peacekeepers and Imperial Warriors as well. Conscripts from one side, but not the other. Couple of Tengus coming in here for them. Darknage. The middle of the map very quickly turning into a bit of a chaotic mess. This oil derrick right on the edge does get destroyed there. So the team in the south down an oil derrick. It looks like there is 1 oil derrick per player, which is pretty standard for the formula. Observation post out on the side as well. A little bit of harassment. DutchArmy is taken to the high ground immediately. Gets himself 4 refineries very quickly. It looks like it's just oil derricks and a couple of observation posts. Also, the corner of this map is like, there's a super ton of space on the corner of the map, but like nothing of value is actually there. Apollo's getting targeted, or targeting down those Tengus. Darknage is going to go on the harassment path, but we'll see how much damage he's actually able to do. SweetDreams is just holding down the middle of this map. I mean, a ton of Empire infantry, a couple of tsunami tanks as well. Tank busters here, getting sniped by those Vindicators. Nice bomb splitting by Annisok. Going to be able to clean up a number of tank busters. Annisok also takes to the high ground in the exact same way that DutchArmy does. Refineries in the water taken in the south, but not in the north. SweetDreams actually going to be taking this refinery. And other than that, just happy to live on 3 refineries as an Empire player. This seems like a reasonably safe refinery to take, as is this one. Yuno has already taken that refinery. Looks like it's going to be Tengus versus Apollo's. Double airfield for DutchArmy. Meanwhile, back in the middle of the map, Vindicators coming in for another pass. A couple of Bullfrogs are here. They don't make the Vindicators pay, and the Hammer Tanks get the kill on every single one of these Peacekeepers. DutchArmy just lost $2 grand worth of Peacekeepers, or pretty close to that, in the middle of the map. SweetDreams comes forward. A couple of bears scare him away, and he is going to have to back on out of there. He's hoping his Tsunami Tank can find a bit more damage. DutchArmy comes in, cleans up one of the Hammer Tanks. A Bullfrog goes down. Tsunami Tank's going to turn tail and run. There is a ton of infantry on both sides that could definitely turn the tide. 1 million tank busters from Darknage to support these Hammer Tanks. On the other side, there is a bunch of Imperial Warriors. If the Imperial Warriors get the better of the tank busters, then SweetDreams can crush through the Hammer Tanks. But if those Imperial Warriors get cut down by the bears of the Green Soviet, then of course these tank busters are going to cut through those tsunami tanks, and we'll see a couple of these hammer tanks have double guns on them. There's going to be the crush. The tsunami tanks move in using that honorable discharge as well. The trade is pretty even across the board, and the Empire player SweetDreams is forced to cut and run. Annisok comes in with the Assault Destroyer from the side, the Naval Yard on the left side of the map, up to Tier 2 on that, but not quite to Tier 3 just yet. We'll keep an eye on that part of the map because I think aircraft carriers are going to be coming in relatively soon. Apparently, Annisok is Andrey, and the green Soviet is Libra. So we have Libra and Andrey both on the south side, which are quite good players in their own right. So we'll recalibrate from people that I've never heard of to people that I'm actually pretty familiar with. And, well, I guess that explains why they are holding themselves so well against the team in the north. Crowd shot comes in, going to be dumping a bunch of bombs on that ore refinery. Hey, you know, you're not going to kill the ore refinery, but maybe pass number 2 will be able to kill the ore refinery. Hammer tanks with a bunch of point defense drones on top of them. The Empire player's a bit like, hey, that's my trick. You're not allowed to do that. Darknage expands out to the right side of the map. He's taken 4 refineries for himself. He looks primed to take a 5th refinery. Meanwhile, back in the middle, we have more Empire versus Soviet, but Andrey has dropped triple turrets in the middle of the map. Triple turrets to retreat to. Every time you attack, you can always reverse move to your triple turrets and just have them save you. DutchArmy finds 3 Vindicators and doesn't even trade an Apollo for it. Gets the kill on 3 Vindicators from Andrey and then is able to back off basically scot-free. Tengu does get targeted down, and yeah, these players are playing very heavily towards the middle of the map, but we are also seeing both darknage and Andrey cut to the left and to the right, spread out into the water, and try and make use of that space. Andrey going for the aircraft carrier, targeting down that refinery, which he dropped some bombs on earlier, and the middle of the map is just a stalemate, which is pretty common for this style of map. Because you are so much further away from your opponent, because it's a 3v3 map, you can't do the turret walk quite as quickly. Andrey deploys a multi-gunner turret that's going to disrupt this AVA fight, or this AVE fight, rather, this air fight, which is going to be happening. It's triple airfield in the north, and the Naval Yard just gets cleaned up. So that's a good call by DutchArmy to clean up the Naval Yard of an Empire player. You don't want to be worrying about Shogun battleships. You don't want to have to worry about any of that. And another Naval Yard does not get deployed. The Assault Destroyer blocks it, and so he gets an easy 3-shot kill on a Naval Yard, which normally an Assault Destroyer could not do. Yuno, representing Soviets with the Akula subs, they're looking for a bite to take out of that Allied Navy. Man, what are you doing, man? darknage is not paying attention. I don't know why he thought he could get another Naval Yard out in this situation. And then on top of that, his MCV just gets attacked by a bunch of Vindicators. So it was already a bad situation, and then it was made even worse. Bullfrogs are committing heavy to this Vindicator's escape completely. One of them takes a ton of damage, but it looks like Andrey is still going to be able to push forward on the left side of the map. Aircraft carrier now here for DutchArmy. Andrey starting to dominate on the left side of the map. DutchArmy starting to dominate on the right side of the map, and things are pulling away from the middle, where there's still 2 giant armies staring each other down. Wave Force Artillery trying to take some shots at the Southern Army of Libra, trying to cut down that force before the engagement actually happens. And hey, so many times the artillery gives you such an advantage that you force your opponent to engage, and that may be exactly what happens there with SweetDreams in the middle of the map, forcing his opponent to engage. DutchArmy's like, oh, that's a lot of Tengus. I might want a couple of hydrofoils to try and skim some off the top, clean up some of those Tengus before they actually get a chance to transform on my army. Bullfrog's going to be cleaning up 2, 3 Apollos maybe, as DutchArmy gets caught waiting with his 4 airfields worth of allied units. When you got 4 refineries and you're not fighting on the ground, that is what you can get. Tengus do manage to trap 1 assault destroyer. That boy can't path out of that many Tengus. He's hoping desperately that he can find the way out. And what in the world? The animation on those shots, I think it was still going to that assault destroyer, but the black hole armor drawing the animation away. Back on the left side of the map, Andrey is continuing to carve up Yuno's base, using those aircraft carriers to make bombing runs against his opponent. Double power plant gets dropped by DutchArmy as he deploys additional multi-gunner turrets to try and save his ally. SweetDreams has pressed down through the middle of the map. A chronosphere comes online for Andrey. A little over 2.5 minutes until that is counted down, and right down the middle, SweetDreams is able to overwhelm Libra's forces. But guess what? Empire Infantry doesn't shoot up, baby. We got Tengus and we got Twin Blades. What are you gonna do about it? Nothing at all. War Factory gets taken out there, but SweetDreams trades his entire Empire army to do it. I guess taking the middle of the map is nice, but the real kicker behind the scenes is DutchArmy. If he's able to knock darknage out of this side of the map, then that cuts down those Tengu reinforcements and makes it a 3v2. But Andrey is running the same math on the left side of the map. He's hoping that he can knock Yuno out and make it a 3v2 for the southern team. Twin Blades coming in here from Libra, the green Soviet player, and going to be able to target down that naval yard. Yuno dropping a crane back at home, trying to preserve a bit of build radius or maybe provide a bit of repairs to that harvester. Either way, he needs a way to deal with that assault destroyer attack coming in from Andrey, and I don't know if Yuno is actually going to be able to do it. Libra deploys a naval yard on the left side of the map. He is going to be joining the fight of Andrey, and it's completely gone to the outsides of this map. Libra is propping up darknage, double flak cannon, to try and slow the attacks of these aircraft carriers. And meanwhile, Libra is also supporting the attack on the left side of the map, helping Andrey do even more damage against Libra. Wave Force Artillery are here from SweetDreams. As Vindicators come in, they don't manage to kill anything. 2 extremely low health Wave Force Artillery get taken down to their bare bones, but they do survive. Meanwhile, darknage has landed in enemy territory. It is just going crazy, killing off aircraft, but he's now going to be trapped behind enemy lines. 2 terror drones get the infect, and it looks like DutchArmy is returning back home with his aircraft. He has slowed the assault down the right side of the map, but it looks like he might be gearing up to go again on the right side and try and push further into darknage's territory. Aircraft carrier is going to break Libra's refinery in the middle of the map. Libra, in the meantime, moves in with a bunch of hammer tanks, but loses them all. 5 hammer tanks down the drain. It's Twin Blade Bullfrog for this Soviet player. Every time he builds anything else, it seems like it just gets cleaned up. Wave Force Artillery once again escaping, albeit barely. That Wave Force Artillery, they have all seen their life flash before their eyes, and this map has turned into pure chaos for the last 5 minutes. This particular game did devolve into like a middle of the map kind of a game, and then they just decided, the middle map's not going anywhere. Let's fight along the edges. Let's fight along the outside in these massive naval battles for supremacy. DutchArmy has completely taken over the top right-hand corner of the map. There's just so much yellow on the map. And now he's slowly but surely pushing darknage and Libra out of the right side of the map. He's like, hey, I want the entire east side of the map to myself. And he might be able to do it. Yuno has been almost knocked out of his base, but Yuno has brought his MCV back and is re-establishing those refineries. That 3rd refinery did eventually go down, or was that the 4th refinery? I'm not sure. 3rd or 4th refinery. All right, DutchArmy, he's powered up. It feels like Andrey and DutchArmy are both sort of on another level from their friends in this game. They both got big on the outsides of the map, while the other 4 players were fighting in the middle of the map. They both were able to just sort of expand very quickly, get up to that Tier 3 allied navy. I love this from Libra. It's obviously not winning you the game to micro your terror drone like this, but you do have to give it to him for keeping that terror drone alive away from all of those bombs, keeping that terror drone alive despite those attacks. Tanya is out on the map for Andrey. Looks like cleaning up a couple of these buildings from Yuno. And Yuno, he is running for with his MCV. Andrey is coming for him. And we'll see if these Twin Blades can save him. Yes, they can. Tanya is nowhere near close enough. Twin Blade goes fully heroic there. Gets a lovely golden badge to show all of his friends. He's like, yeah, I'm the best. I'm the best Twin Blade on this map. DutchArmy continuing to bomb away everything on the east side of the map. Random flak cannon that Libra posted there a while ago. Andrey has a massive amount of Mirage tanks, and they are cutting up through the middle of the map, taking down 3 Wave Force artillery. But honestly, if you take down the Mirage tanks, there is not a whole lot else on the ground from our team in the south. Cryogeddon might be finding massive damage on either side, or it might not find much of anything. 1 Mirage tank in the south, Wave Force, and a couple of buildings in the north. And I'm not sure if anyone's going to actually be able to do anything about it. 30 seconds on the Proton Collider, and it looks like the Chronosphere is ready to go. Wave Force artillery gets broken down. Toxins get called in. EMP gets brought in, and Andrey gets stopped in his tracks. He was hoping these Mirage tanks would do massive damage, but now they're just going to get eaten up by this Wave Force. One last shot. No, doesn't find the damage. Almost walks into the Toxins there and takes an L, but this Tengu is going to be slowly losing a bit of its health. DutchArmy is getting overwhelmed by the forces of Andrey on the right side of the map. These Dolphins are going heroic as that Proton Collider is ready to fire off. Maybe right into the middle of the map, into that massive army that our team in the north has put together. Although it looks massive on the minimap, it really is just a bunch of infantry, so I'm not actually sure if it's all that valuable. Perhaps DutchArmy's base would be a better choice. Could take 3 airfields down, although he could rebuild those relatively easily. DutchArmy, 2.5 minutes on his own Chronosphere. Chronosphere was used elsewhere, possibly to kill off a bunch of DutchArmy's units. I'm not sure where Andrey used that Chronosphere. Proton Collider, it's always ready, it's always waiting. Andrey might use it to try and break open the front door, and maybe he uses it to sink the Navy. I guess, yeah, DutchArmy's Navy is gone, so goodbye, Navy. Oh, aircraft carrier is here. DutchArmy is going to try and keep the middle of the map safe with that aircraft carrier. Oiled Air finally goes down, and this is a massive amount of Twin Blades, but a massive amount of anti-air on the ground as well. And it feels like this is prime real estate to use that Proton Collider, but we'll see. As Andrey is getting dumpstered, DutchArmy is pushing further and further into the south. Libra poking and prodding with that. There's the EMP, and this must be it. Proton Collider. There it is. Boys and girls, the EMP lands, and the Proton Collider finishes the job. Although that Athena cannon now gets taken out by a fully heroic Chopper VX. And DutchArmy says, hey, that's fun. That seems like a good idea. And this is Emperor's Rage on these Bullfrogs, but they still don't do enough damage to stop Libra's Twin Blades. As they cut through the middle of the map, they kill everything on the ground. More Bullfrogs showing up, but this time they are for Libra as the Apollos swing in and get immediately eviscerated by apparently the fully heroic Bullfrog squad. Just gold all over this army as Libra burns down the base of the teams in the north. You may still have 3 players up there in the north, but you don't have 3 war factories. You don't have 3 MCVs. You're about to get wiped off the face of the map by this Soviet player from the south. MCV gets taken down, and Tanya comes in. What in the world is that? Tanya gets deleted. MCV goes down. DutchArmy gets just cut up. But He survives? I don't even know what that was. That wasn't even the chronosphere. But Tanya is, I guess, going to get rebuilt. Bunch of dolphins coming in here from DutchArmy in the south. They might get teleported onto land, or I guess just teleported in general. There goes the super reactor. Chronospheres on both sides of the map are ready to go. Libra has done an insane amount of damage with these twin blades. I mean, look at that. Double that on one of those bullfrogs. The rest of them are heroic. And these twin blades, it's feeling like much the same story. IFVs are good, but this might be too many twin blades, or this might be too many IFVs. There's actually going to be a chronosphere to kill a couple of those IFVs. Last IFV is heroic, but it doesn't matter, as this twin blade army cannot be stopped, apparently. So many dead units and buildings because of Libra's twin blades. And I don't even know where those bullfrogs went. Onto the war factory when you have an amphibious unit that you can't just switch from the water to land or vice versa. You try and put them onto a building so it insta-kills them. Dolphins from DutchArmy are going to try and get out of the hot zone away from Andrey's units. And the Mirage tank finding 3 Athena cannons all in a row. Andrey with 1 Mirage tank just blasting through everything that DutchArmy has. And eventually, the kill does happen. Libra gets another refinery. Yuno is still in this game, managing to hold on to 1 refinery. Is that all Yuno has? If the MCV is gone, then that might be it for Yuno. Reactor over there. I think Yuno is out of the game. Libra and Andrey just been wheeling and dealing ever since darknage left, and they have been doing a huge amount of damage. Dolphins avoiding that toxin patch. SweetDreams with 1 fully heroic chopper VX just blasting through these buildings. Going to escape the multi-gunner turret of Andrey. Twin blades from Libra find yet another refinery. 4 fully heroic twin blades, 2 single vet, and those twin blades are looking scary. DutchArmy, 2.5 minutes until his proton collider fires off, but less than that until Andrey's proton collider fires off. Libra trying desperately to save his buildings from this heroic chopper VX, and the chopper VX just needs to get on out of there. Going to try and run away from the bullfrog, abusing the terrain differences in this map to force the bullfrog to go the long way around. Stingrays are here. I guess if they get the overcharge, they will be able to take those dolphins, but if they feed in 1 by 1, the dolphins will take it. Yuno has been defeated, finally leaves the game. It's SweetDreams and DutchArmy, but it's mostly DutchArmy in the north because of how much damage Libra did to SweetDreams. SweetDreams has just a couple of units left, a couple of dolphins going down there. DutchArmy is almost in a 1v2. Libra has been severely cut down, but so has SweetDreams. Andrey and DutchArmy going toe-to-toe against each other. 2 massive allied players in this game, but it still feels more like a 1v2 or a 2v1 from the southern perspective. Andrey and Libra are in much better state than SweetDreams and DutchArmy. Magmageddon is ready. Andrey is hoping to end this proton collider. He's got 50 seconds on the clock, and is a fresh Tanya as well from Andrey. Tanya goes in. Proton collider gets sold off. Either one is good for me. And Tanya just jumping into building after building. DutchArmy leaves the game. He doesn't get the kill on Tanya, and that's the GG as Andrey takes down the Proton Collider and swings it into a victory. What an insane game there on Snow Amaranth, a new 3v3 map. Absolutely chaotic the whole way from beginning to end, basically. And only a 25-minute game, but just with a crazy amount of stuff that happened. All right, welcome to game number 5. If you missed game number 4, that's because it was 30 seconds long, but we're jumping into a 1v1 on Battlebase Beta. So here we are in the nighttime on the bluest map that we have. Ooh, and already turning his MCV around to be in a better position. This is GoDofWaR. Oh, triple refinery opening. What a sneaky little boy he is. Meanwhile, and also playing random. GoDofWaR is playing random and Empire. Meanwhile, on the south side, playing Empire, also maybe random, but maybe choosing. This is the orange. This is Khay. Battlebase Beta, and this is an Empire mirror. This is feeling a little bit like, I guess 2013? This is feeling a bit like an old school game. A lot of Empire mirrors back in the day, back when Empire was considered the strongest faction, when Tengus were the best unit, and we had a lot of Empire mirrors, we had a lot of Empire players, a lot of Empire representation in all of the tournaments, and of course today, lots of people complain about allies, but of course Demon is the biggest winner of the last 5 years, just about. Representing Soviets and showing people how to win, despite many people considering that to be the lowest powered faction. He still wins basically every event, beats all of the other players. He's just really good, but this is giving me flashbacks to Eminence and Queen Oni and Joel's, and there's a bunch of other players that I'm forgetting, Das Dulon, and a bunch of other players that I'm still forgetting, but Empire domination from a lot of those guys. GoDofWaR versus Khay. GoDofWaR, who, I don't know, used to be like a pretty mid-top tier allied player, and then at some point just said, I'm done playing allies, I'm going to play random. And is still a pretty good player, just plays random. We get to see a nice amount of variety. He has a bunch of smurfs, so I never know that I'm casting him, and then someone in the comments is like, oh, that was GoDofWaR. It's like, oh, okay, that's why that guy was better than most of the other people in the game. But in this case, someone told me beforehand, or no, I casted in another game with Ready Player One. Wow, that's a fast-moving harvester you got there. These harvesters just, they're searching the map. Just like in that other game, tons of harvesters looking around. This sudden transport is like, hey, how come you don't have any units? Why don't you have any Tengus? Why don't you have much going on at all? And it's like, oh, because he went 4 refinery right at the beginning. Yeah, Fordell as well, although I think Fordell went through a phase where he was also playing random. So, yeah. Fordell showing some good Empire games, but also showing some good Allied games. And that is a massive refinery kill. Just a bunch of tank busters jump out of that sudden transport, get a kill. Harvester does get killed as well, so Khay loses a Harvester, but kills a refinery and a Harvester, so that's going to be working out pretty well for Khay if he's able to kill off this Harvester here. Otherwise, just killing the refinery is certainly good enough. A couple of Tengus are here, and Khay is going to get maybe another free Harvester here. Yeah, for whatever reason, GoDofWaR just is letting this sudden transport go. Like, what is going on? He has 3 Tengus right there, and GoDofWaR stopped chasing and just let this sudden transport do whatever he wanted. I don't know what's going on with GoDofWaR. After all of that talk, GoDofWaR making some pretty obvious blunders here. Khay getting a bunch of damage, not quite for free, but almost for free in this game. These tank busters have put up huge numbers, one of them going heroic, another one getting a veteran status, and Khay is going to be able to escape as well. He's going to get another Harvester kill. He is going to lose a couple of the tank busters for it, but the Tengus pull over to the other side, and the sudden transport doesn't get crushed! Are you kidding me? Just blitzing right past that MCV and not getting crushed. All 4 of those tank busters do actually survive. And what are you doing now? Why is he jumping out there? That's a weird spot to jump out. I thought he was going to jump out over here and just start poking and prodding that MCV, and the tank busters jump out. They do make it into the building, and the heroic one does as well, getting those last couple of shots off, trying to slice through that Mecha Tengu. And Khay has completely disrupted everything that GoDofWaR wanted to do. GoDofWaR opened up fast 4 refineries, like greedier than I've seen anyone be in a long time. Got punished pretty hard for it. Not super hard because he's still in the game, but got punished pretty hard for it. He has a good number of Tengus, so he can still take any Tengu fight in a 1-to-1. But, you know, we'll see. Tengus do transform. There's a transform from Khay. One Tengu goes down in the sky. MCV going to be looking for the attack here, and Khay getting a bunch of free DPS onto this MCV. Going to be losing one Tengu, but as soon as these Tengus transform, it's going to be game over, unless, of course, Khay can transform as well and escape, which is what he is hoping to do. All right, well, GoDofWaR is trying to defend. It's just turning really awkward for GoDofWaR. Khay never taking a third refinery, happy to just pump out Tengus on 2 refineries. And this is kind of getting into a weird situation where normally Empire players, if they open exactly the same as each other, they can get into these weird situations where they're both scared to break eye contact and they're just staring each other down, pumping out Tengus one at a time on 2 refineries. And, well, looks like GoDofWaR is going to force Khay out of his base. I think that was a fairly even trade, but now they're in the sky. It's going to work out better for GoDofWaR as long as he can focus fire down Khay's Tengus. The turn-in is making it maybe a little bit more difficult, but GoDofWaR still getting some damage off against Khay's Tengus. Gets 2 of the Tengus there. There's the split. There's the transform from both players as they cut to the corners of this little plateau. And eventually, GoDofWaR cuts through a huge number of the Tengus. Oil Derrick going down is nice behind this. Khay does get an expansion as well. Oh my gosh, how many refineries need to get cleaned up? GoDofWaR almost losing another refinery, but he does manage to keep it alive. Is he going to really go out onto the water with this refinery? He's got 3 refineries. He might just be getting repairs. Okay, yeah, he's getting repairs at the war factory. Free repairs so you don't have to pay for them once it deploys into a building. Which, you know, is nice, as long as you get out there and deploy. Tengu going for a bit of harass. This is a low-health harvester. Going to be trading back a bit of the HP. Chopper VX will be able to force this away. 2 more Tengus from Khay. And as we kind of slow down for just a moment here, big thanks to the folks who support the channel over on Patreon, such as The Arbiter, Yuri S, David R, Isaac H, Paul D, Jinwick, Dominic V, Jason B, as well as MRL 515, Sir Jack, Naganatana Cruiser, a.k.a. Pierce, Basil L.J., John M. Hawks, and Event Horizon. This Tengu literally just waiting for that Harvester to finish up. Tengu on the other side gets cleaned up. The Harvester does survive, but this Harvester, he is born into trial and tribulation because he's literally got guns in his face as soon as he shows up. He's like, hey, I thought I was going to be just like getting some money for the Empire, but no. You're immediately switched over to gun mode and you're immediately fighting for your life, just like this guy here who's going to be losing that load of ore. It falls to the depths. It'll be recovered by divers in about a century. One more Tengu heading out for Khay, going to continue this harassment. And, well, this Tengu, if it gets caught, yeah, too close. Sometimes if you're right on the edge of the range, you can stay away from your opponent's Tengus, and you can sort of waypoint your way home and eventually escape. But that Tengu was a little bit too close to his opponents. These Harvesters just constantly getting poked and prodded by Khay's units, and he's going to go for the honorable discharge kill. There they go. Till death do us part, they said, and they meant it. In a very literal way. All right, this time, if the Harvester takes damage, we at least have a Naval Yard here to provide some healing in case says, ooh, I got to get out of here. Third refinery is up and running. GoDofWaR has not been able to split any Tengus off to the south side of the map to be able to execute his own harassment. He did go up to Tier 2. He's had those Chopper VXs running around the map for a little while, but Khay hasn't really cared. GoDofWaR, in theory, can attack units, you know, at least on over ground. He can attack units whether they're in the sky or on the ground. But it hasn't really mattered so far. This Tengu is going to die. Harvester can get back to work. Some pretty minor damage there, but at the same time, this Harvester going to be fighting against this Tengu, and the Harvester will win. Harvester gets free repairs, so just goes back to work, and that Naval Yard will heal up that Harvester very nicely. Point defense drones versus no point defense drones and Emperor's Rage at the same time. The Tengus are in the sky, but the Chopper VXs are on the ground. 1-2 last Tengus on exit as Khay tries to leave the airspace and pays a bit of a price for it. Fourth refinery is here for Khay. He is going to be taking a long walk wherever he goes. I'm not sure what his plan is there. Chopper VXs are going to be facing off against these Tengus. One Chopper VX goes down. The Tengus are going to be fighting. It's 3 Tengus versus 2, but the 2 have point defense drones. And it looks like GoDofWaR goes golden, but it doesn't matter because Khay transforms, and he can give chase. 5 refineries for GoDofWaR. He believes in a strong economy for the Empire, but, like, don't you need some units also? So he builds 2 mecha bays! What is this guy doing? What is this guy doing? 5 refineries, 2 mecha bays. He says, I know how to win EVE. It's with 2 mecha bays. And I guess we'll see if this works. I do not know the details enough to say if this is actually going to work, but this is now 6 Tengus here to potentially kill off this refinery. I don't know, I guess you need some Chopper VXs and a bunch of Tengus over here if you're GoDofWaR. But this refinery is going down. That Harvester goes double vet. Kills a Tengu, but the refinery gets eliminated. So now it's down to 4 refineries. I love that Khay has built half of these walls here. He's just sort of bunched in the build space that GoDofWaR can utilize. I don't know what is going on in this game. This is GoDofWaR going full sicko mode. He's just being a little weirdo here. Well, Emperor's Rage versus this Defender VX. Tengus, as it turns out, can burst down a Defender VX pretty darn quickly when they've got the Emperor's Rage. And Khay, he's just keeping up the pressure. GoDofWaR, in theory, should have more stuff, but in practice, he just isn't making it actually work. GoDofWaR is going to be able to get... No, the Chopper VXs on the ground are here to save him! And there's the double transform, both sides transforming their units, and a fully heroic Chopper VX does do a lot of damage, but so do 4 or 5 Chopper VXs in the sky. GoDofWaR getting overwhelmed, and there they go. It's just the double transform. Every time you transform, I transform. GoDofWaR has spent so much cash trying to get this weirdo 5 refinery double mecha bay economy going that he hasn't been able to actually make it work. And I guess... Where's your 6th refinery? Where's this gonna go? What are you doing with this, Khay? What in the world is going on in this game? Khay says there's 5 refineries, 5 ore nodes per player, but I'm going to take 6. Which one are you gonna take? You gonna take this one over here? You gonna take this one over here? Like, what are you doing with this 6th refinery, bro? I'm not even sure what is going on in this game. Khay, he's gone up to tier 2 on his mecha bay. He's got tsunami tanks. He's got Chopper VXs. And he says, hey, I like this idea. 5 refineries plus an oil derrick, double mecha bay. All right, we're going to make it work. And I've got a 6th refinery, which is just sent into the corner just to be shaved in the corner. Just hang it out. Like, no, you're a mistake. Go sit in the corner. I'll call you if I need you. Go stand in the corner until I'm ready to talk to you. Okay? You could at least give that refinery purpose. Send him on a suicide mission to take one of the other refinery locations. I don't know what's going on in this game. This game is nuts. From GoDofWaR and Khay. Khay is making up half of the building, half of the walls in God of War's base. But I do like this idea, one tier 2 mecha bay, one tier 1 mecha bay, so that you can just build Tengus with a mecha bay. And then you build Tsunami tanks or Chopper VXs, whichever one you need, out of the other mecha bay. It's a fun idea. Khay is once again on the harassment path. A couple of Tengus hitting in a couple of different spots. Chopper VX is going to be showing up, and the Harvester will survive. Oh, the Harvester survives with like 2 HP, but the constant repairs from that naval yard. That is what is going to save that Harvester. Meanwhile, it does look like this refinery will come into play, as Khay is maybe going to be losing this refinery on the right side of the map. How nice! You already have a replacement refinery ready to go. These Empire armies are big. Not often do you see players take all 5 refinery locations. Okay, all right. This is apparently the place for Khay to use his extra refinery. Tengus are starting to come into play, and there's going to be the double transform. Both teams do it, and the Tengus are going to trade out 1-to-1 with that Emperor's Ray, or that Honorable Discharge, getting them some extra damage from both sides. Khay trying to turn around his inferior numbers. Khay goes for a naval yard on a Yari mini-sub. He says, I know how to get the kill. And this Tsunami tank is going to try and explode. No, where are you going? That Tsunami tank was just driving away from the refinery. Hey, Khay, I know where you can use this refinery now. Send this puppy over there. You got a fresh location. Oh, the mecha bay, the tier 2 mecha bay is going to get jumped on. One tank was not nearly enough defense for this many choppers, and God of War finds the kill. Second mecha bay is way up onto the north side of that main base location, and it's going to be a bit of a difficult one for Khay to bounce back from if he's down a mecha bay. We'll see if he's able to swing back, hit the other side of the map, and God of War splits his damage across multiple targets, and so he is going to be losing out every single one of his choppers. But his Tengus come through, and God of War wins the fight in the air. There are no sea wings to kill off these Tengus, so they're just hoping that those Tsunami tanks will go to another part of the map, and they will be able to kill off this refinery. Or maybe the Yari mini-subs will show up. Okay! Donates away 1 Tengu. And there's going to be the double transform, 2 Tengus, hoping to kill off this Harvester and maybe even kill off this refinery as well. Or maybe they'll use it, leave it for the Yari mini-sub. All right, so, oh my gosh, what are you doing, Khay? He loses a mecha bay and he says, you know what's better than units? Super weapons. Super weapons are better than units. And, well, that's going to happen. Harvester goes down, but the Tengu also goes down. There we go. Yari minisubs show up from Khay. They're just Yariing each other. My minisubs are going to your side of the map. Your minisubs are coming to my side of the map. We're both going to just go to the 4 corners of the map and see if we can meet each other in the middle as we're crossing back from each other's bases. Fresh power plant getting added on for God of War, but, like, do you even need it? I don't even know. This game is so weird. Hey, Sonic Decimator finishes up right as that Yari minisub gets the kill on the naval yard of God of War. Khay now has a 6-minute timer to wait out until he can use it, but he will be able to crack open the front door of God of War if nothing else works in a little under 6 minutes. There's the big transform. Both teams do it. Emperor's Rage fires off, but it does actually affect his enemy units as well. And I guess Khay is going to not even wait for his timer. He says, I've got that as an insurance policy. And actually, GoDofWaR calls in a couple of tank busters as well to help him hold the line, but Khay goes for the kill. He gets all 5. That's a bingo for Khay as his Tsunami tank gets the crush. And there's going to be the Emperor's Rage firing off in the other direction. That Tengu transforms for GoDofWaR and just immediately dies. He's trying to save it from the tank busters, but it just doesn't matter. It's going to be Choppers versus Emperor's Rage. Choppers, do the numbers matter or does the rage matter? Because GoDofWaR had the better numbers and he had the rage, but the splitting of the attacks to kill the Tengus almost is what did him in. I think this double Mecha Bay has maybe been working out. Just GoDofWaR is able to put out more units, but I don't even know how consistently he has been producing off of those double Mecha Bays. And now Khay has lost most of his army, but now he's going to be able to hit back. He's been doing such a good job of trading back almost every kill, despite GoDofWaR's numbers advantage in a bunch of these engagements. And it's like, Khay thought he had the numbers advantage, but then the reinforcements of GoDofWaR came in, and GoDofWaR had the numbers advantage, but at this point, who even has a numbers advantage? What even is a number or an advantage? And no, GoDofWaR sells off his refinery. He's trying to kill off that heroic Tengu of Khay, but Khay is just going to transform and try and escape. And I guess GoDofWaR could get that low health Tengu if he tried, but another refinery struck down. 3.5 minutes on the clock for that psionic decimator. 4 refineries and an oil derrick for Khay. 3 refineries for GoDofWaR. Must be depleted at this point. Yeah, 2 of them are depleted on the Khay side of the map. Close to depletion, but not quite. So GoDofWaR actually just got his refineries up faster than Khay. 6 grand in that refinery, 15 in that one. So GoDofWaR still has a bit of income. Double that harvester. Going golden. Oh! Can he do it? Oh, Banzai charges too fast. All right, double that harvester kind of holds its own. If that Tengu didn't have the point defense drones, that Tengu may have actually lost that fight. Is this Tengu going to lose this fight? Are you kidding? What? A Tengu, even with point defense drones, doesn't win the fight. Let's go. That harvester is a hero more than anything else in this game. Khay comes in here once again with that Emperor's Rage on his units. He's hoping these Tengus can make something amazing happen. He gets the kill on that. What is that? Chopper VX. Right as he transforms, just blasts it to bits. Final squadron gets called in. No! Khay, are you kidding me? Oh, come on. Come on. Run for the hills! Yes! He does it! He survives! Are you kidding me? The Harvester escapes death twice. Oh my gosh. The Tengu goes down on the other side of the map. The refinery gets eliminated, but who even cares? Because this Orc Collector is my hero. This game feels like it should have ended 30 different times over the last 30 minutes, but we got 1 minute. Honestly, the only respect you can show to this Harvester is to use the Psionic Decimator to kill him off. You say, you know what? I respect you so much, Harvester, that I recognize the only way to truly kill you is to use an entire Psionic Decimator, a $5,000 6-minute countdown timer super weapon to kill off one almost dead Harvester. That is the only way. Is Khay gonna let this happen? Khay, what are you doing? You have Tengus. What is going on? He just transformed a Tengu, but he's gonna use the Banzai charge to get the kill on all of the tank busters. Oh my gosh. If GoDofWaR hadn't killed that power plant, his tank busters would have killed that Psionic Decimator. Khay, you villain! You villain! Okay, you don't deserve the win. If you're going to kill that Harvester with just Chopper VXs, you don't deserve the win. This is why Khay switched over to General's Evolution. After this game, the shame was too great. He knows that he has misstepped. Oh, I guess at some point, Khay lost his oil derrick also. Okay, you done messed up. Okay. I guess... Boop. Oh, the... Who even cares? Big salute to my Harvester over there. You were the real hero. GoDofWaR is going to lose this game, but you were the real hero. Big thanks to Jeffrey F., Jacob M., Fluffy Ninja Robotech, Merrick N., Fedon C., Interface, Tech Doc, Adams A., and Breath of Fire for supporting the channel over on Patreon. That game was way too long. 26 minutes. It felt like 106 minutes. But it's over now. That was a weird combination of everything. And then EVE. What even happened in that game? I don't even know. What a bizarro match that turned into. Whoop. Who said it? Someone in the chat said, oh, yeah. Vexan TV says, looks like a friend play. Yeah, I think that was just those guys being goofballs together. I think you nailed it. That is game number 5 done. We're going back to Carville for game number 6. Carville back for another 2v2v2 because why not? Are there people inside of the Psionic Decimator? Yuno says yes. Eureka clones or something. What? Are those people in the... What are you guys talking about? Nerf Empire Harvesters, Waff the Wolf. Yeah, you would say that. But honestly, that Empire Harvester was a hero. Are you serious about the Psionic Decimator? There's like, canonically, there's supposed to be people inside of it, like Eureka clones, and that's why it has psionic powers? Is that what you were saying? If so, that is not that's not anything I'm familiar with. That sounds like some XYHC fan theories or something. Oh, okay. All right. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know anything about the Psionic Decimator. So, okay. I'll take your word for it. Cast some remix mod matches, please. I have some Corona replays. I don't think I have any remix mod matches. Fresh 2v2 Gen Evo Unseen Tactics Walmart Chinooks. What a name! What a subject line for an email. Remix. Put in a mix. RA2 dot mix into the mix. We can cast some mix. No, I have no replays. I have no emails that say anything about remix. So if someone has sent me a remix replay, a remix mod replay, I do not have it, or they did not use the word remix anywhere in the email. So I'm not opposed to casting the remix mod, but to my knowledge, I do not have any remix replays to cast. Also, I don't have remix installed. I've never looked at remix, or maybe I have looked at remix and I don't remember It's possible that I have checked Remix out at some point in the past, but I don't think I have Remix installed. So, I mean, I could get it installed, but as far as I know, I don't have any games to cast in the Remix mod. So, you're sort of saying, hey, do this thing, but then, like, you got to send me a replay if you want me to cast the game. I guess you're just hoping that someone else has sent in a replay, but I have a Corona replay that I can't cast because I went to set up RA3 Corona, and I couldn't get it to work, and I didn't really try a second time because I got too busy with other stuff. So, like, but at least I know that I have Corona replays that I'm, like, ignoring because I haven't been able to get it working. But there is someone, are you the same guy who keeps asking that in YouTube comments? I keep not responding because I keep forgetting. Like, I see the comment, but I'm not in a comment responding mood or whatever. I don't know. Sometimes I don't respond to comments that I could take the time to respond to because it's just a second. But if you're that guy who keeps asking for remix replays, like, I got no replays to cast. So, what are you doing, man? Not you specifically, but that guy. All right, let's see. It is... What time is it? Ooh, it's 5:30 my time. We are 2.5 hours into the stream, and we are about halfway through the replays. Of course, it does help that one of the replays turned out to be a crash that was 30 seconds long. So we are going to be jumping into a 2v2, and then I think we're going to be jumping into a break to eat some food and maybe make some tea. Welcome to Carville for a 2v2v2. As the Blue Soviets in the middle, we're messing up the order of introductions. This is USSR 2.0. I guess we'll see. Are you going to be more successful? We'll find out. And their teammate way down in the southern corner of the map, playing as the Cyan Allies. This is YuunoYo, which might be the same person as Yuno, but I don't know. As the Orange Allies making up team number 2, this is BigPorkPie, playing Orange, playing Allies. Their teammate as the Yellow Soviets, this is Theggeth, which is not the most straightforward name, but seems relatively simple to pronounce. So Yellow and Orange is one team. And then our last team is Christmas time, because as the Red Allies, this is LiquidKNOWS. And their teammate as the Green Allied player, this is Vitamin, which is just like kind of a funny name to have. There we go. Game number 6. It's a 2v2v2. We are kicking it back to Carville for another match. Vitamin is a funny name, but also he is paired up with a Red Allied player. So it is a very fun Christmas theme going on the right side of the map. Oh, all right. Theggeth as the Yellow Soviets is going to fight it out. Normally, the player in this position heads directly for the low ground. Most of you guys probably know this. But we get to see what happens when they don't, when they just stick it out in the middle of the island. And, well, maybe they're going to be able to make something happen, because that bridge has been destroyed. So green and red, they honestly should kind of just chill, just like hang out by themselves. I guess the Peacekeepers in that building can actually reach that war factory, which seems like a pretty bad situation. I do like that there's one extra Peacekeeper just to make sure that you've got extra firepower. Multi-gunner turret is here. The multi-gunner turret is going to be able to break this building. We'll get the kill on that Peacekeeper. So things are getting weird and wonky right at the beginning of this game. So big thanks to Zenaid, Boyko K, Caffeine, Candace D, Chris T, Squatlock, Tuning Fork, Whimsiest, Walking Tomcat. Big thanks to all of those folks for supporting the channel over on Patreon. Oh, looks like those Peacekeepers were kind of dislodged. I love that they just moved one building back. They're like, we're still here. We're just slightly further away. Oil Derrick has been grabbed by BigPorkPie. Meanwhile, LiquidKNOWS is still trying to dislodge those players. These Vindicators just humming around the middle of the map. And USSR 2.0 and YuunoYo, they're just going in on Theggeth, who is... Theggeth and BigPorkPie, they're having a bit of trouble. It looks like BigPorkPie is going to be able to dislodge one of those Peacekeeper buildings, but we shall see. Vitamin and LiquidKNOWS, it feels like the clear play from them is to go down the right side of the map and to double team BigPorkPie, purely because Theggeth did this extremely delayed MCV move. So now the entire southern section of the map is just weaker than it otherwise normally would be. Normally, Theggeth would be able to come down here and form a little blockade with the help of BigPorkPies and take this position. But they're doing that now, but like 5 minutes later. Ooh, I love this move from USSR 2.0. What's yours is mine. It's all property of the state. And, well, it's becoming true once more here. Free refinery. I mean, you still have to spend 1,400 on the harvester and 500 on the engineer. So instead of a $2,000 refinery, you've spent 1,900 credits. And the build time of a harvester is 20 seconds. The build time of a refinery is 30. What do we got here? 20 seconds. Okay, so there we go. Yeah, 20 seconds. So the build time of a harvester and a refinery is the same. So I don't know if that's actually good. You saved yourself 100 credits, but is that 100 credits worth of repair? That might be 100 credits worth of repair. Maybe I'm overanalyzing someone taking a refinery away from their opponent. It seems like maybe it wasn't worth it. That's all I'm saying. This is a 2v2v2. Things are getting a little bit weird and a little bit wonky. I've raised my donger. I don't even remember. Someone in the Twitch chat is referencing the Twitch bot commands that I used to have from my custom little chat bot that I ran like 8 years ago. And I don't even remember what those commands are. Most of them just used global Twitch emotes, but I don't even remember what they were. Mirage tanks in the north. Meanwhile, Athena cannons in the south. LiquidKNOWS is here with the allied firepower and BigPorkPie. I've got a message for you. If you are not ready to go up against a tier 3 allied player, you're going to have a bad time, because LiquidKNOWS is burning down your base from 100 miles away. BigPorkPie has been defeated. Theggeth is now in control of a combination allied Soviet force, and YuunoYo is bobbing his Soviet MCV. So he might just be an allied player. If he doesn't do anything with the Soviet MCV, he's just going to be an allied player. And for the current moment, as an allied player, he is losing Athena cannons to an allied player. So, well, he's killing an Athena cannon with an allied player, so that's actually working out. It's turning into a 4-horse race. I mean, it's a 2-horse race in terms of teams. It's Vitamin and LiquidKNOWS versus USSR 20 and Yuno. I do like the idea of it being, instead of 2.0, which it is, it's USSR 2.0. He's trying to say he's the 2.0. What happened to this? What even happened to that refinery? It got knocked off. It's, someone killed that refinery, which is pretty funny because the engineer capped it, so. But, whatever. Athena cannon goes down. Theggeth is now in a 1v2v2. Soviet MCV gets eliminated. He does have a barracks, though, and a Soviet engineer. So, in theory, he could take over USSR 2.0's one of his buildings or maybe his crusher crane, and then he could rebuild his Soviet empire. But something tells me he is not going to be getting the opportunity to do that. This is... I guess this is just going to turn into a 2v2? Like, Vitamin and LiquidKNOWS, they're just going to kill Theggeth. And USSR 2.0 and YuunoYo are also going to be kind of killing Theggeth. They're all kind of taking turns slapping Theggeth and just killing him. That Mirage tank didn't even die. I think he doesn't have advanced aeronautics because he's a Soviet player. How does that work? All right, so your ally, let's say BigPorkPie got advanced aeronautics. Do your Vindicators, as the Soviet player Theggeth, when you get the Vindicators gifted to you by your opponent, by your ally leaving, do they remain with advanced aeronautics? And then if your ally doesn't get advanced aeronautics, your Vindicators will just always be worse. You'll have 2 bombs instead of 3. All of your aircraft will be terrible. Looks like the Terror Drones are going to be getting the lock on this aircraft carrier. It takes a long time for a Terror Drone to kill an aircraft carrier, but it does happen eventually. And now that Theggeth has officially left the game, we are down to just 4. Mirage tanks getting cleaned up here. Vitamin is going to be taking a bit of damage here. APOC tank is going to kill 1 Mirage before 3 Mirages will kill an APOC, which I guess does make sense because 3 Mirages cost more than an APOC, but I don't know how many. I guess 2 APOCs might win a fight versus 3 Mirages. I don't know. I think it's kind of weird. APOCs versus Mirages in low numbers. Harvester's taking a bit of damage here. There are more Mirages out on the field here from Vitamin, so he did not commit all of his units to that attack, and that last Mirage was a bit of a mistake. He just sent that guy to his grave for no particular reason. Athena Cannon gets jumped on. APOC tank going for the crush, and this APOC can kill multiple Mirages. So that APOC tank can kill as many Mirages as he wants when they are just walking away from him, driving away, not even trying. But 5 Mirages will burn down this APOC tank, unless he can crush them, because if he can crush them, it doesn't matter. The IFV absorbs the crush from that APOC, and this is so many Terror Drones. What are you going to do with this many Terror Drones? USSR 20 is going to lose every single one of them. Can you count to 6? Well, you don't need to, because you don't have any Terror Drones left. So you just have to know how to count to 0. Kirov reporting. USSR 20 is like, I know how to spend money and eventually go bankrupt. So we'll see. We'll see how things are going in a moment, because that Kirov might just catch Vitamin unawares and crush the allies into the ground. But for now, the cryo shot coming in here from YuunoYo going to... Oh, wow, this is like full-on fire sale. That MCV is packing up as well. He is running for the hills. YuunoYo and the Soviet player are just cutting through everything. Whoa. V4s from the high ground are just burning it down, and... Is this game over? Obviously it's not, but it kind of feels like this game is over. Yuno and USSR, like, what does Vitamin even have left on the map? Literally, Vitamin has been completely pushed back and has a bunch of Soviet forces coming for him. I guess if LiquidKNOWS could completely dismantle USSR 2.0, then it becomes kind of an AVA, because LiquidKNOWS has just been able to take over this entire quadrant of the map everything has been unopposed. The fighting has completely focused elsewhere on the map, so that actually works out really well for LiquidKNOWS. And Vitamin is now going to be getting back up to that Tier 3 War Factory. Hey, that's one of the nice things about playing Allies, is as long as your MCV escapes, you still have that high-tech production. And if your MCV gets deleted, well, you got a lot of other problems as well. Just reteching is not your only problem. Kirovs are slowly making their way across, and as always, you can be the worst player in the world, but if you build a bunch of Kirovs, I will cheer for you, even if you are not particularly good at Red Alert 3. And in this case, USSR 2.0 seems like they're, I guess, a fine player. They're definitely not terrible, but they're maybe not the best player ever, and they've built a bunch of Kirovs, so I am all about the Kirov lifestyle. USR 2.0 is just going to hopefully set them all to aggressive stance and just move over the base. Look at those Kirovs. They are set to aggressive stance, and the bombing run has commenced. APOC tanks and Kirovs to signal the end of Vitamin. You may be necessary for life, but you are not necessary for this game. APOC tank going for the crush on the north side of the screen. And the IFBs are actually just going to chase down the MCV because they're the only thing fast enough to actually target down an MCV. And these APOC tanks need to just kill off those Mirages. Guardian tank coming in from behind it is just going to be working away at one of the Mirage tanks. And now this is like a 2v1. As Vitamin technically has escaped and does have a refinery over here, so like can still have some income, but I mean, it's a 2v1. It's not hard to see where these typically go. Big thanks to Colton B, Leon W, Umar Q, Yannick, as well as PMR, Al J, Jacob R, Michael H, Jaichang H, Haorong H, Blazin Ace for supporting the channel over on Patreon. This one seems like it's wrapping up, but LiquidKNOWS still is holding on to hope. If LiquidKNOWS pulls back a 1v2, it will either be a tremendous throw from USSR 2.0 and YuunoYo, or it will be a monumental victory for LiquidKNOWS. All of the Vindicators going down, getting eliminated there. And YuunoYo, I don't know if this is Yuno playing under a Smurf, and Yuno is a player that we've seen many times in the past, or if this is someone else. But whatever. And that is how this game is going. Sharks are coming, and they will take a bite out of this allied navy. The Akula subs pressing forward. The hydrofoils reducing this assault destroyer down to no defending itself. Apollo's IFVs and Javs will eventually take down these Kirovs, but they are on a warpath for this armor facility. The War Factory will go down whether you like it or not. Goodbye, War Factory. I guess you probably could have split these Kirovs. One of them try and go for these airfields, and the other one go for the War Factory, but who cares? Kirovs are awesome, and in this case, they did just die kind of pointlessly. But, oh well. They knocked down a War Factory. They have at least stopped one of the arms of the Allied army. And oh my gosh, Vitamin has actually mounted a little bit of a comeback. He got his refinery back online. He got another War Factory so he can actually build some stuff. Chrono Rift will be keeping that refinery alive for a moment. Mirage tank is pulling back away from the front line. And these Mirages are going to turn around and get the kill on the refinery. So if nothing else, they will kill off that refinery. And once again, cut Vitamin off from the rest of the map, basically. This Akula sub just hanging out underwater. Just is getting his health chipped away by this assault destroyer. And I mean, I guess from this point, if USSR 2.0 and YuunoYo lost, That would be a pretty phenomenal throw by them. War Factory is here. MCV is still there. Power plants are there. Vitamin has no cash. He could sell off his refiner, his power plants, one of them, and his War Factory. And I think that would still be barely not enough cash to actually get back into this game. Decent amount of cash by USSR 2.0 and YuunoYo. They've got a good amount of cash, and that is a great freeze. Oh, he missed the refinery. Can still get the double vent aircraft carrier if he has anything. Vindicators, maybe? Yeah, where are the Vindicators? Why are the Vindicators not here with this Cryogeddon? You use that massive superpower to freeze all of that stuff, but now not even going to go for the kill. Nebulyard's getting shut down. LiquidKNOWS is not giving up the fight. He is in a 1v2, and all of these Dolphins are going to go down to the Twin Blades. Even USSR 2.0 getting a little bit of cash back for these Dolphy boys. And, well, too bad for you. Mirage tanks find a couple of Athena cannons in the south, and it kind of feels like the two guys who have 98% of the map should be able to end this somehow, but they are really struggling. They're struggling to end this. A couple of Harvesters may be going down. Twin Blades are going to be trading out, and eventually these... What are you doing? What are you waiting for defending in case an attack ever comes? Mirage tanks are moving forward, and Athena cannons are going to chip away at them inch by inch. YuunoYo and USSR 2.0 are going to be blasting through this map. Yuno in the chat says, it's not me. So this is not Yuno. This is someone else. So I am glad that I said YuunoYo and not just assume that they're Yuno. At least in this case, I am glad. Aircraft carriers, woo! Okay, the aircraft carriers may have actually gotten caught up on this command hub, but sell off the command hub. Get rid of it. What do you need it for? I think this is the command hub that's actually tier 3. Tanya coming in. Tanya gets the blow up on the refinery, gets the blow up on that, and gets the blow up on the harvester as well before the Twin Blades finally take her down. Tanya gets eliminated. Ore refinery getting chipped away at, but eventually there will be a gigantic allied fleet, which will be able to take down everything that this red allied player has. LiquidKNOWS is holding out until the absolute... And no super weapons either. That's another thing that's a little bit odd. Why are you sending dogs against a Mirage tech? This is clearly like a bad rally point from a minute ago. I don't know why he wanted to build 3 dogs. Cryogeddon fires off. Will something actually be taken out? Yes! The Naval Yard goes down. Goodbye, Naval Yard. Goodbye, production and repairs. And eventually, YuunoYo is just going to crush all of this stuff. USSR 2.0 from the high ground with the conscript, doing what he can. But really, the Twin Blades are going to be the powerhouse. Akula subs are nice as long as you're attacking stuff that's out on the water. Oh my gosh. Where do you get the cash for this? Sold off. I don't know where he got the cash for this. I thought he had I thought he had like $6. Oh, he might have had some stuff queued. And so selling off the... if he had like a refinery 80% queued, then selling off the War Factory would be more than enough to get him there. This Athena cannon just picking off these bits of Javelin soldiers. Okay, these are the trees. I thought this little bunch of rocks... I almost called it a bottle of rocks, which wouldn't make any sense. This bunch of rocks was mirages, but no, it is not. Akula subs have found their marks. Time bomb fires off, and oh my gosh, sinks a huge chunk of that allied navy with the help of the sentry bombers. But the end is nigh. It is coming. Natasha does get frozen by LiquidKNOWS, but this is a ton of APOCs. Even if they get shrunk down, they can still blow up all of your buildings. Double refinery attempted to come back from Vitamin. I really should have taken out both of those power plants in the north so that he would have to rebuild them, because that's in a low... Whoa, freeze frosty. in a low econ situation, it is nice to force your opponents to do absolutely everything to try and come back into the game. Vitamin has been defeated. USSR 2.0 is coming in here with massive, massive amounts of tanks, and that will do it. Yay! 2v2v2 is over. Game number 6 has wrapped up, and that will take us into game number 7. All right, well, they can't all be winners, but we're going to take a quick break so I can get a bite to eat and also make a cup of tea before we get into our next one, which is going to be a doozy. It is a Carville, but this is Carville like I have never seen it before. If you guys haven't seen Khay's video, he actually goes over like a bunch of alternate versions of Carville that people have made over the years, and so this is one of them. Someone sent me a replay, and it has some names that we recognize and some names that I don't, so we'll see. Maybe it's a good one, but we are going to be taking a bit of a break to get into it. Oops, that's a little too high. Before we get back into some games. Earlier in the stream, I said, I don't think you've ever seen a game quite like this one, and then that game immediately crashed, and we didn't actually get to see it. But in this case, welcome back to Carville. Most, if not all of you, will have not seen a game like this, and already you're looking at this and you're thinking, this looks familiar, but oh so wrong. This is Carville, but rebalanced, reimagined by someone named Esticoreoral. And they have taken the classic Carville formula and tweaked it just a little bit to give us a different 2v2v2 map. In the north, spawning as the Cyan allies, this is Classical. His teammate as the Red Soviets, this is pewpewlazer. And as the other team, as the Green Empire, this is Panzar. Their teammate as the Purple Allies, this is mrDino. And rounding out this 2v2v2, we have as the Blue Allies, MrMuffff. And as the Orange Empire, this is RadegasT. Let's take a look at that minimap. Things are looking weird. This is called Balanced Carville by Escato. Now, I'll try and remember, put in the description a video that Khay actually from the last game, Khay has made, where he goes over a bunch of the different kinds of Carville, because people took Carville and they have remixed it a bunch of different ways. Apparently, there's a PUBG version of Carville, which is a pretty cool concept, but he has a link to download the maps, and he also has a video which goes over, in his opinion, the pros and the cons of each of these various Carville variants. So, this is a little bit of a weird one. This is a different layout from what we're used to. There are 3 players who start in the middle of the map, and 3 players who start on the water right beside your ally. So I'm curious to see if this actually turns into better games, if this works better overall, or if it's kind of just a different, the same but different. You know, if it's really better, or if it's just, take it or leave it. Who knows? We shall see. Always glad to see pewpewlazer represented in a game, purely because I think his name is funny, and I enjoy getting to say pewpewlazer. But we will see if he actually stays in the game very long. Right now, he's spreading out quite far. Double crane? Are you crazy? This boy is spreading to every corner of the map, taking the Veteran Academy in the corner as well. That's a huge benefit to his team, getting those veteran units right from the get-go. There's an oil derrick in the other corner of the map, so it's a hospital and an oil derrick. That is interesting because the Veteran Academy, I feel like, is the more useful one by far. Double walls behind this Tesla coil, so there can be a lot of units that die trying to break down this Tesla coil, especially when it's just infantry like this. We'll see how far they manage to go, but things are tight-knit and chaotic in the middle of the map. Bunch of buildings, couple of oil derricks for each player as well. I guess there is a dry dock as well, so you get the naval repairs, you get the infantry heal, and then you get the veteran academy. And pewpewlazer has stepped down onto the low ground, but MrMuffff, he says, I am not going to take this. You get back up onto that high ground. The low ground is mine to control. And the MCV almost gets a massive crush off. The bear comes through with a pretty big roar, but he is just hoping that these infantry will make a mistake. MrMuffff is not making a mistake that easily. Bears do come in. Javelin soldiers and an IFV going to be targeting down this MCV with the help of the Peacekeepers. And, well, I hope that MCV backs all the way up to the high ground so that he can actually get some repairs, because otherwise pewpewlazer is going to be in a bad spot with his MCV at least. Of course, he's got 2 Crusher Cranes behind this, so pewpewlazer is pretty well set. Now, at the same time, Classical is being broken. Panzar and mrDino have completely wrecked Classical. They have taken down the Tesla coil. They have taken down everything that Classical built here. And Classical is just going to have to run for the hills. He does have an airfield out on the map. He's making use of pewpewlazer's build radius now that the MCV is gone. He is going to have to fight a little bit harder on his own. pewpewlazer is going to have a tough time, and Classical is going to have a tough time as well. RadegasT, the orange, comes in here with 4 Yari mini-subs, blasting their way through this allied refinery. mrDino is hoping to avoid going extinct. Oh, my. I just spilled half a cup of tea on my desk. And mrDino is getting knocked down a little bit by RadegasT, but definitely not the end of the road for him. pewpewlazer rebuilding 3 or 4 refineries under his control. 6 refineries, actually, under pewpewlazer's control, plus an oil derrick, plus a veteran academy. And he is going up to tier 3 as well. The map getting divided up, top left, bottom left, and bottom right, it seems. The top right has largely remained empty, at least for the current moment. Obviously, pewpewlazer and Classical could potentially take that. Tier 2 MCV, but maybe not enough cash to actually get out a refinery. RadegasT still with a presence on the high ground, getting very close to Panzar. The 2 Empire players have split up the high ground, but I don't think that's going to last forever. Peace talks are not going well, and these 2 guys are going to be at each other's throats before long. A lot of buildings on the island still, so the number of garrisonable structures seems to pretty much have stayed the same. Maybe it's even a little bit more than it was before. And the repositioning of the buildings seems relatively good. It is still quite close quarters on the island, so I feel like you're always going to have these very quick knockouts. One player is definitely going to get taken out quite quickly. And RadegasT, he's a believer in magical powers. He's going to be leaning on YuunoYo to try and get some work done here. V4 bringing the rocket, as he is going to be slamming down on these IFVs. And not often do you see IFVs just getting taken out one at a time by a V4 rocket. The help of the Terror Drone, of course, keeping those units from moving. The MCV getting targeted down. RadegasT is going to need some magic to save that MCV, or just some bonsai charges. I can't believe he saves it with 2 Imperial Warriors, both of them going heroic there and stopping that MCV from getting taken out. YuunoYo has almost been eliminated. EMP locks down that Shogun battleship. And where did that EMP come from? Oh, all the way over there. That's a long ways for that EMP to travel. Classical calls in the precision strike, gets the kill on those units. I guess you could sell off the airfield and 1 power plant. Does Classical have enough to come back? I'm guessing not. Oh, no, he's got 800, so it would be close. I think he would have just shy of the 2,000 that he needs. Oh, no, he could sell off 2 power plants and an airfield. He could get it. Oh, no, he's already got it. Ore refineries up in the top right-hand corner. The very slow comeback of Classical back into this game. pewpewlazer has spread out pretty far and wide. And for the current moment, is happy to just let the other players on the map duke it out. I still can't believe RadegasT managed to save that MCV with so little HP. A second Mecha Bay getting added on. Additional refineries getting knocked down. Panzar taking over Classical's old spot, but not enough defense to stop Dreadnoughts. Too much focus on the south side of the map for Panzar. And so he's going to be losing his base a little bit to pewpewlazer and perhaps a little bit to RadegasT. The long, slow expansion of pewpewlazer. He is spreading out over the map, and he's also base crawling, it looks like, with these reactors. Oh, fresh MCV for pewpewlazer, and he is dropping in an engineer as well. Looks like the other engineer got cleaned up. He wants that observation post. He wants to take it away from Panzar. And aircraft carriers on the low ground for mrDino. He says, you can stop me, but you can't stop my aircraft carriers. And, well, actually, it looks like you might be able to stop his aircraft carriers. A combination of cryocopters and chopper VXs may be just the thing. Cryocopters at least able to escape. Yari Medisub going to be helping to push away that aircraft carrier. The MCV escapes once again. RadegasT and his MCV escapes. It seems like they are forever running away from certain death. Second Mecha Bay does get shut down, and pewpewlazer is just going crazy. He's going to have buildings everywhere on the top half of the map, and he's also re-expanding to Classical's original starting location. He's just going to take that one over and re-establish himself there. And this guy is going to have 2, 4, 6, 7, 9 refineries, maybe 10, as he drops an additional crusher crane. He's going to be able to build basically an infinite number of Tesla coils if he should so choose. Dachi in the chat saying RadegasT is actually Khay. Is RadegasT Khay? Huh. Okay, well, I mean, if that's the case, then Khay is playing Empire and doing pretty good at it 2 games in a row. There's the Striker going to be transforming. The MCV won't escape this time. Panzar gets the kill. He says, you may have a chopper VX, but my infantry don't need to shoot up to end your stuff. Hero Warrior gets the kill, and this chopper VX will slowly but eventually burn through those units. It's just going to take a really, really long time. Naval Yard on the bottom, so there is the opportunity to rebuild that MCV. Natasha is stepping out onto the map, and I assume Yuriko died already. I did miss it, but Yuriko is probably dead somewhere on the map. Yari mini-subs. Dang, one of these Yari mini-subs has gone heroic. The second one is, oh, he tried to go suicidal on that building to get the kill, but it actually died before he got there. Low power mode for just a moment, and maybe again, nope. Second multi-gunner short, or additional multi-gunner short gets added on, but it does not matter. Sentry Bombers returning home. MrMuffff and RadegasT, they have been pushed around, but MrMuffff is not taking it anymore. He looks like he is ready to start taking the fight to pewpewlazer. We'll see if he's actually able to come back here, or if he's just going to walk up that hill and then turn around and get shoved back down by pewpewlazer. Dreadnoughts. Oh, goodness, that Dreadnought. He's trying to kill that one Harvester. He's zeroing in on the position, but he's got the exact wrong timing to actually kill that Harvester. Conscripts in these buildings, and a V4 does get cleaned up by the Mirages. The Dreadnought trying desperately to hit anything, literally anything. Harvester, Mirage Tank, Peacekeepers, anything at all. Does get 2 Mirages eventually, and Classical manages to clean up a Mirage Tank as well with his Vindicators. Tesla coils are here, flak cannons as well. MiGs may not be great, but they're good enough when they are unopposed. Dreadnought plus a Tesla coil is a pretty difficult combination to break. And the MCV is back on the attack path, goes for the crush on the Harvester, and pewpewlazer's Warbear gets a giant roar off, kills the Imperial Warrior, and then the second Warbear will, or the third Warbear will eventually get the kill on those tank busters. Maybe not if this Harvester is coming in to save the tank busters. The MCV goes down. Not many players use an MCV as a bludgeoning tool to try and win a game that way. Natasha almost getting eliminated, but the Vindicators come in at just the right time. RadegasT is getting forced out of this game. One refinery left and an MCV, which got rebuilt from that naval yard. Tesla Trooper steps forward. Tesla Trooper gets knocked down, and pewpewlazer is taken over almost the entire map. But he still hasn't ended the game just yet. He has two allied players to knock down first, MrMuffff and mrDino. Everyone else has pretty much been reduced to nothing. Although technically Panzar and RadegasT are still in this game. And if RadegasT is indeed Khay, then, maybe he'll do something eventually. But he's got one refinery and an MCV. He has to rebuild his entire tech tree for like the third time now. It is cool to see a variant of this map coming into play. In this case, it's feeling a bit like a pewpewlazer victory lap. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see. mrDino has a decent amount of stuff. He's got 4 refineries, 5 refineries. So that's actually a decent amount of cash. He's trying to take 2 more refineries. I don't know that he's actually going to be able to secure these refineries up on the high ground. Well, he had 5 refineries. MrMuffff says, I am here to smother you. He's going to be knocking it down these buildings. Vacuum Imploder and an Iron Curtain both on the field for pewpewlazer. RadegasT goes for a tank buster surprise as well. Going to be attacking that power plant. What a trade. That Imperial Warrior trades his life for that kill. Multi-gunner turret gets a kill on a couple of frozen V4s, misses the last one. Oh, no, the Riptide gets it from the low ground, and that is now a fully heroic Riptide. Tesla Coil and a Flak Cannon both getting added on. pewpewlazer has taken over 101 refineries, and he is looking for just a couple more. Another reactor going to be getting added on, going to be reducing the surface area of that Tesla Coil, I guess. I don't know if that's what he's really going for there. Balloon bombs getting dropped on these Apollos, but the Apollos finally get off the deck so that they cannot not die while just sitting in their planes on the ground. Panzar calls in the tank buster surprise as well. He might actually be able to break this airfield. Hey, look at that. He's getting some kind of work done. Not a lot. Last moment body block with the barracks coming in, but it was not enough. pewpewlazer is, well, going to lose the barracks as well. Not that he cared too much about that barracks. Classical gets the kill on the tank busters. And mrDino, he is not going down without a fight. He's got a multi-gunner turret. He's got an assault destroyer. He's literally fighting against Tesla Coil, but there's going to be the EMP coming from the water way far away. That aircraft carrier using that EMP ability to shut down the Tesla Coil. Not that there's anything there to kill the Tesla Coil, but it does delay the inevitable, so it seems. Hydrofoil on the low ground, going to be taking some shots at those twin blades, but pretty much everything else has been cleaned up, knocked down, and wiped out. pewpewlazer has much of the map under his control. I don't know why these Vindicators say that they don't have a place to land. I'm not sure what those battle markers on the map were firing off about. Well, Khay is making a... Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Again with the Decimator Core, if this is indeed Khay. RadegasT going for the Super weapons, super late. I guess MrMuffff is just kind of taking a chill pill and hoping that pewpewlazer and mrDino will kind of fight each other. Activate that speed mode for your heroic dreadnought and throw it into an iron curtain just to make sure that you've got maximum damage output. And I mean, hey, a dreadnought will do a ton of damage. Oh, you need to get it out of speed mode. You're going to burn yourself down. And the aircraft carrier gets eliminated. This, oh, well, that also gets eliminated. What is that random rocket going? Going for the Mirage tanks on the south side. Well, that pretty well reset mrDino and Panzar. I do like that we still have all 6 players in this game. All of the, well, one of the Allied players and the 2 Empire players have been reduced to almost nothing for like the last 10 minutes, but the other 3 players are all doing reasonably well. pewpewlazer is obviously in the strongest position, followed by mrDino, followed by MrMuffff. MrMuffff and mrDino feel like they should be on the same team. They should be the 2 of them against the world. But in this case, they are fighting against each other. YuunoYo and a psionic decimator, wherever it ended up, way off into the corner. Well, 1 minute until the vacuum imploder, but this sudden transport is going to try and end that. Does he think there is the bridge? Okay, no, he brought an engineer along. Okay, that's what it is. All right, let's see if pewpewlazer notices. He probably doesn't have that in the top of his mind. You know, maybe someone's going to repair that bridge and then cross it with a YuunoYo. So YuunoYo has made it to the other side. We'll see exactly what's going on there. This sudden transport maybe also has a YuunoYo in it. I guess if you're looking to come back, a YuunoYo is a good way to do it. Natasha takes the shot, but YuunoYo gets the kill. Twin blades are here, and both commandos eliminate each other. This sudden transport has almost been killed off, but it is not gone just yet. Classical has done a good job of staying active with the Vindicators. It looks like he does have 2 airfields. I'm not sure if he actually has 8 Vindicators or not, but for getting almost knocked out, I mean, if you're going to come back, just adding in that Vindicator harass is a solid idea. Satellites getting called in upon this Allied Navy. And the vacuum imploder as well will find 3 aircraft carriers. That is the end of the Allied naval supremacy. pewpewlazer says we are going out in style. But RadegasT says, I am not going down without a Chopper VX army to see me go. And oh no! The missiles come in from every angle. The choppers do manage to dodge a decent amount of them. The splash damage on friendly units is always unfortunate, and that twin blade just gets roasted and toasted very swiftly there. Nice infantry army. Hopefully toxins don't just get dropped on that infantry army and then kill it off. Another Iron Curtain going to be activated on that dreadnought, targeting down this MCV extremely quickly. War Factory and Airfield are also very close by, but it looks like that MCV wasn't actually the source of the tech. I'm not sure where the tech is leading back to. Where does this guy have his tech? Oh, really? Where is it? Where's the command hub? Okay, RadegasT has found another MCV. His Chopper VXs are just crushing through everything. This is 4 fully heroic Chopper VXs. They're going to find a super reactor after this. RadegasT making the comeback. He's got less than 2.5 minutes, but mrDino has been defeated. The purple allied player is out of the game, and that leaves just... what the? Panzar! How did Panzar end up with this random stuff up here? I'm guessing there were some sneaky engineers at play. But the Empire player has an Allied and a Soviet refinery. And, well, sometimes that's just how you gotta play the game, with a little bit of everything. Chopper VX is now on the ground. Mirage tanks and tank busters working together to try and thin out some of what pewpewlazer has. But killing off one refinery, killing off a couple of buildings of pewpewlazers doesn't do all that much. The flak troopers inside of this building are just buying time for this Tesla coil to get established. And there's a flak cannon or two nearby as well. So even if you transform to try and kill off the Tesla coil, it's not necessarily going to do you very much good. Finally, that sudden transport goes down. I'm guessing it had engineers in it when it was driving around earlier in this game. MrMuffff has also taken up residence up here, down here in the south alongside RadegasT's MCV, but that Dreadnought now is on the search for them. Magmageddon firing off somewhere. Balloon bombs getting called in, and they will distract this flak trooper, but I mean, pewpewlazer still just has a ton of stuff. If he could eliminate Panzar, that would at least take one section of the map away from where he has to pay attention to. Terror drones are going to get the kill on this striker. This is one of the slowest battles of all time. A heroic striker healing through terror drone damage. Just very slowly chipping away at that health bar. One last hit. There we go. And that is a couple of fully heroic terror drones. Iron Curtain fires off. You will not stop my vacuum imploder, but it's only 10 seconds, less than 10 seconds until the psionic decimator does arrive. And, well, that war factory may not survive, or it might, as the psionic decimator will send it down. But nothing else, because the Iron Curtain is too powerful. And look at that, lasting just long enough. The Bullfrog is here to push away these strikers. Flak troopers in the building as well. Pewpewlazer seems to have thought of everything. Well, except for if the strikers transform. How do you kill them then? I guess you just built a Tesla coil. Panzar has been defeated. So then there were 4. And pewpewlazer is still expanding out onto the ground. Well, maybe not. He's maybe not expanding onto the land if this Wave Force artillery has anything to say about it. This Wave Force artillery might not have much to say about it at all. Goodbye, one Wave Force artillery, and second Wave Force artillery is just wasting its time shooting a power plant. Okay, staying active with those chopper VXs in the north. Eventually, the MiGs might force them to land, and aha, here's where the terror drones are going to make their magic happen. Toxins getting called in on the ramp to deny any units from moving up there. Sentry Bomber gets eliminated. Pewpewlazer continuing to handle almost every problem single-handedly, except these darn chopper VXs, which he can never seem to totally shut down. MiG gets eliminated, and this conscript is going to try and run down that striker, chase him into the corner. And no, there are tank busters, though. But a precision bomber will clean up the tank buster, and that conscript needs to get to work shooting that. Oh, the chopper VX gets a double kill, maybe even a triple, or he's going for the airfield. But finally, he will be chased down, and the heroic chopper VX gets eliminated. And we return to your regularly scheduled pewpewlazer dominating the map. This guy is cutting through everything that anyone throws at him. He got a huge economic advantage very early on, and he has not given it up, not really for a moment. This seems like a dangerous place to go, but we'll find out if they make it. They make it! No, don't turn around! That's the worst choice! You're gonna die on that bridge if you turn around. Actually, the bridge hasn't taken any damage. He's not firing at anything in particular. The Dreadnoughts have just auto-acquired those Mirage tanks, and so they're just firing randomly. Balloon bombs getting called in. Khay using his support powers when he can, but not sure how much good they're really going to be doing. RadegasT, Khay, whoever it is. Iron Curtain denies these Mirages from doing as much damage as they could. Both Mirages will get infected, and that is going to be 2 guaranteed kills. Double airfield as the follow-up. When you've got 6 airfields already, why not have 7? And that's actually an Iron Curtain Terror Drone. Yeah, throw it into the Mirage mode. Now no one knows what's going on. Fully heroic units, that is what pewpewlazer is going for. King Oni gets eliminated. I don't even know how. Probably a Dreadnought, because he was just standing still. RadegasT and MrMuffff, they are technically still in this game. Ooh, Chopper VX is getting shot up as the Apollos guard the coastline, but one Apollo will trade out for it. Black Cannon gets added on. pewpewlazer hasn't taken these refineries. What a chump. He's taken 90% of the map, but not these 4 refineries, which are totally open and exposed. You could just grab those refineries. pewpewlazer seems like he's put the pause on expansion and something called winning the game. RadegasT has been defeated. MrMuffff is the only one standing. Hey, there we go. We did it. All right, so cool idea. I don't know if it's like definitely better than original Carville, but I do definitely like to see a twist on Carville. So hopefully we get to see some more games on this map in the future. But yeah, so yeah, actually it kind of feels like Carville, but maybe a little bit better. So I don't know if it's like a complete win, but it is at least, 10% better. And 10% better is still 10% better. So that will do it for that game. Let's jump into another match. Welcome to Magmageddon for game number 8. And after all of the weirdness and wonkiness, this is just a straightforward 3v3. As the purple empire in the top left-hand corner, this is Alcatraz. As the cyan Soviets in the middle, this, Crane first, is Berat. And also playing Soviets as the yellow, you know him, you love him, this is Demon. Always nice to see some Demon, whether it's a 3v3 or a 1v1 or a 2v2. Always great to see that guy. In the top right-hand corner, as the green allies, this is Zayed. As the red allies, this is A&F. And as the orange empire, this is Khay. Khay back at it with another game. He has been all over these matches today. He's not necessarily the one sending in the replays. He just happens to be in a bunch of these team games that I get sent in. And we'll see here, because right now he is directly across from Demon. So if this is a 1v1, he's in trouble. And if this is a team game where Demon is working well with his allies, then he's also really in trouble. Basically, his only hope is that if he and ANF and Zayed are able to jump Demon pretty early, otherwise this could be pretty difficult. If Demon does not get shut down early, he might be a monster even in a 1v3 situation. For now, Zayed is pushing back Alcatraz, who has not taken a fast third, instead gone for a mecha bag, got the oil derrick, got a couple of Imperial Warriors out on the map. Berat and Demon, they are forming a double Soviet team. We'll see if they give us any delightful Soviet combinations. Maybe one of them builds all the bullfrogs and the other one builds all of the twin blades. We shall see. Oh my gosh, Berat walling in those jabs. What a perfect move here. And then, of course, gets the roar off as the wall is coming up. So even though the javelins couldn't really escape, they still got roared. They still got shut down by the bears. A&F trying to be sneaky with some javelin riptide aggression, and it just does not work out. Alcatraz gets jumped on. Those Tengus get torn down by Zayed. Tsunami tank is out. In the south, it's okay. Kay's doing okay so far, trying to take back that oil derrick in the middle of the map. Another Tengu gets killed. Alcatraz has been losing Tengu after Tengu after Tengu. Zayed has got his number. These Apollos doing a ton of damage early on. Got the scouting dog as well, not as big of a deal. ANF gets the kill on the dojo. And, well, the MiGs will eventually take care of the Apollos. Zayed gets that last kill and then jets on out of there. He's like, I'm not sticking around. Are you kidding me? I'm not going to wait to find out what happens. 3 tsunami tanks. Well, one nice thing about the aggression that ANF attempted is it seems to have slightly disrupted Demon. I don't know that I'd say super disrupted, but at least it distracted him from putting pressure on Khay. Okay, going to be moving forward. ANF is here as well. They're kind of double teaming Berat. We'll see if these Vindicators, how big of a role they actually play. Berat has some MiGs coming in, but Chopper VXs are there and waiting. Vindicators drop their bombs on that ore refinery. There was a Bullfrog somewhere. Okay, way down on the south side, Demon's Bullfrog. And for now, Khay indeed just backs off. Tengu, I guess, killing off that scouting dog and then heading for the hills. Tesla coil getting built. Always a good defensive move is a Tesla coil. It's a tough thing to dislodge. Say it has one random javelin soldier. The bear runs right past him, but the bears will clean him up eventually. A couple of Apollos swimming around the map. Tengus have transformed on top of these Peacekeepers. ANF here with a couple of Riptides as well. It's Tengus versus Riptides and Peacekeepers. But it looks like the Imperial Warriors are here to swing things into the favor of Alcatraz, as he is hoping to be able to do some damage. Oh, okay. Random Akula sub all the way on basically the opposite side of the map as Demon, but he's just got that Akula sub looking for anything that's out in the water, and he finally finds it all the way on the other side of the map. Alcatraz keeps up the pressure, and suddenly Zayed feels like he is falling apart. He has got nothing nearby. He needs some serious help from ANF, and ANF does help indeed. One multi-gunner turret plus some Vindicators to help clear out the area. Almost all of the Tengus go down. The Imperial Warriors are getting chunked away one by one. ANF providing some serious firepower support to Zayed, who has almost been knocked out of this game. Meanwhile, Khay setting up a third refinery, going to be taking a bit of an expansion for himself. Always nice to see that. Berat goes on the hunt for a harvester, loses a hammer tank in the process. And it looks like a command post or something out in the water gets bombed out of existence. Meanwhile, Terror Drone gets the infect on that harvester. Berat harassing where he can, but also steps a little bit too far forward with his MCV. Going to take a bit of chip damage from those tsunamis. And honestly, the tsunamis could have chased that MCV. They kind of waited too long there. I don't think they're going to be able to get too far forward. Oh, no! The mass crush as the Terror Drone is here as well. Gets 4 for 5. And going 5 for 5. Gets them all. Berat with the crush in the middle of the map. Oh, he almost loses his MCV because of that. And honestly, he might lose his MCV, forcing the refinery to get sold off. The engineer is there as well, but Alcatraz will clean up the Javelin Soldier, and Berat will preserve his build radius. Meanwhile, ANF is keeping the pressure moving, finally stepping out of his main base with some ground units to do some minor damage to Berat. Although if he strikes down this refinery, finally killing it, that would be some better damage. Nice little chip there away from Berat, forcing him to sell off these barracks in the north as well. So that's 2 refineries taken away from Berat very quickly. He still has 3 plus an oil derrick, so he's doing okay in the eco department. And we've forgotten about Demon, who has taken 2 refineries. He's still got that oil derrick. He has just been chilling down in the south of the map, just kind of hanging out by himself, not really bothering anyone, but also not being bothered by anyone. Zayed comes in with the Apollos, gets the kill on a couple of those air units, and also Zayed now coming down the middle of the map. Big infantry army, peacekeepers, javelins, even an engineer if there is an opportune moment to grab a building. Tengu's coming in, big Tengu transform, and that honorable discharge will do massive damage to the infantry army. 3 javelin soldiers going down, more than the cost of that Tengu. 3 allied units getting infected by this terror drone attack force. Berat cleaning up A&F's ground army with 4 terror drone, completely thwarting that attack. But at the same time, Berat nearly losing his MCV. I think he's going to lose it. Barely on the edge of range for these units. The last couple of missiles, the last couple of shots. MCVs have so much health when they're getting chased down by it. And Berat comes in at the last second to save his own MCV. If only there was one Vindicator. One Vindicator! Boom! Goes the MCV. A bit unfortunate for Berat after that tight of a call with the infantry, barely saving it, and then Zayed just comes in with a Vindicator and blasts it to smithereens regardless. ANF deploys a multi-gunner turret to try and help Zayed hold this position. The war factory goes down. The production has been cut down. But honestly, even though Demon is in this game, this is feeling like a really tight back and forth 3v3. I think it's about to change as Demon starts Tesla pushing Khay, but up to this point, it has felt like quite a tight back and forth 3v3. You know, we'll see. Maybe Khay is going to be able to break out. Maybe ANF is going to be able to help him. Berat steps down. Athena cannons can do massive damage when the units line up like that. Let's see if they manage to do it. They get a couple of good splash shots off, but Terror Drone's going to be coming in, hammer tanks as well. Javelin soldiers getting crushed, and the Terror Drone's causing some problems with this allied escape. And that hammer tank, one of them, might be earning itself a bit of a weapon to go in addition to its units. And ANF gets triple teamed. Berat manages to grab an Athena cannon for his hammer tank. And that is... Uh-oh. Vindicator's coming in. They target the wrong one! That's the guy you want to take down. He has got that laser from the sky, and he is going to be able to outrange all of your base defenses. Meanwhile, on the south side, Demon's twin blades get cleaned up by Khay's Tengus, who then transform and strike down one of the bullfrogs, but it's not going to be enough to stop Demon. His Tesla push has at least been thwarted. He has backed off from there. He has kind of refocused to somewhere else on the map. I actually don't know where his MCV ended up. He must have gone all the way back home. He still has a Crusher Crane. He still has a War Factory. Maybe his MCV got taken out? What am I missing? I feel like I'm missing it. But at any rate, Demon has been, it seems, beaten back, even if not totally. He is, at the very least, no longer Tesla pushing Khay, which is a good thing for Khay. ANF Zayed forming a blockade in the middle of the map, trying to cut off the north and the south from each other. If they could just stop Berat from getting involved, they might be able to double-team Alcatraz and just knock him out really quickly. But Zayed and ANF, every time they step forward, Berat or Demon steps in and turns a 2v1 into a 2v2 and completely disrupts their attempts. Khay is hunting an MCV. This feels like a fresh MCV that just got produced. Bullfrogs are here to keep it safe, though, and I love that attempt by Khay to swing one of the Chopper VXs, which wasn't actually being attacked, turn it around, and then use it to attack the Bullfrogs. Athena cannons versus hammer tanks. Cryoblast is going to be firing off. They are going to be forced to back up. Zayed gets defeated. Alcatraz will not be pushed around in a 1v1, and even a cryocopter going down. A bit unfortunate there for Zayed to lose that cryocopter essentially for nothing. Terror Drone gets the impact on that Tengu, and unfortunately for that Tengu, he successfully harassed the Harvester, and that will be the end of him. The MCV from Demon did survive the latest attack from Khay. Moving forward. Oh, this Hammer Tech is going to get himself a Mirage. He actually goes single vet with that kill, but it doesn't matter. The Vindicators get the real kill that matters, which is killing that special little hammer tank. Unfortunately for Berat, he loses his special little guy. MCV on the move, running away from Alcatraz, who's used Emperor's Rage, and he may be paying the price in slow retreat times. Tengus, though, get a kill on that Vindicator extremely quickly. Ready to transform? Maybe not quite yet. IFV's getting some free damage done, but there's going to be the transform. The MCV coming in for the battering ram crush, and it will run over several of those Tengus, but I think it is doomed to die. Those tank busters chunking it down way too quickly, and that is going to be the end of Zayed's MCV. Almost, it feels like, for the second time. Demon still staying active. Well, not staying active, but making his Akula sub active once more to kill off that power plant in the north. Zayed going to be minorly annoyed by that. Ooh, the magnetic harpoon from the APOC tank, hoping to pull in some of these amphibious units and cause them to be a little bit less amphibious. This is a free kill. Well done to Khay to find a free Dreadnought. Demon just not even paying attention. Lets the Dreadnought die for nothing. We've been here before. A&F is about to get double-teamed by Demon and Berat. It's happened like 6 times already in this game. Satellites are getting called down upon it. Maybe he has a Cryogeddon to fire off in response, but maybe not. Hammer Tanks looking to pick up another Athena weapon. We'll see if they're actually able to grab it. Zayed might have something here to support. Just a multi-gunner turret, maybe not much of anything. Bears coming in here. Peacekeepers trying to cut down the Flak Trooper lines. And there's going to be the Cryogeddon cutting Berat's force in half. Freezing Soviet units in every direction, but there's nothing here to kill them. That bear combo is just tearing its way through so many Javelin soldiers. MCV getting targeted down. MCV will go down. APOC tank getting purchased maybe by a spy. I'm not sure what happened there, but it's now under the control of A&F as he is looking to kick Demon out of this game. MCV down, War Factory down, but I think the Crusher Crane is still here. The APOC tank for A&F wins that grinder fight, and Demon is certainly not out of the game. He still has 4 refineries under his control. He still has 3 refineries under his control, and he still has a Crusher Crane. So it is not over by any stretch. He can build himself some Kirovs, he can build himself some Twin Blades, or he can restart his tech tree and add a War Factory back into things, get an MCV eventually maybe, and re-expand to that 4th refinery. Tank Busters, Tsunamis, and Tengus in the north, targeting down that oil derrick. They're like, we're tired of Zayed having that oil derrick. It's on our side of the map. We're just going to kill it. Berat moving out through the middle of the map. A&F has lost perhaps one too many armies. Bear gets a huge roar off, and Berat is crushing through the middle. This might be the end of A&F. His MCV is going to get trapped, surrounded, and destroyed. His War Factory will be shortly following after that. And it looks like there was another Athena Cannon Hammer Tank somewhere in the mix. I think it's that guy right there as he tears down these buildings one by one by one. Power plant, War Factory, MCV, they all meet the same fate. Tengus targeting down a Riptide on the north side. I like the attempt. at the harassment. Another Cryogeddon as Khay finds a bull rush, gets a kill on a hammer tank, and nearly freezes his own King Oni. Oh no, that King Oni almost goes down to the freeze, but it does die the old-fashioned way, to guns and guns a-blazing, as this Athena Cannon hammer tank has gone heroic. Vindicator gets taken out. Bears are here to stop the tank busters from swinging this fight into the favor of Khay. It's going to be a quick roll over the base of the Empire player. Heroic hammer tanks in the mix. 3 of them are here. 1 double vet ready to go golden, as these boys are not looking to stop any time soon. Tier 3 getting sold off. Everything from Khay getting wiped out. He's still got a Mecha Bay down south, but there is not much in between this army and that Mecha Bay. Zayed says, I'm coming! I'm coming! He has such a parade line of units crossing the map, but it's going to take a long time to get there. And by that point, there won't be much left of Khay. ANF has been defeated. Khay has been defeated. Zayed has been defeated. And that will do it for game number 8. A 3v3 with a decent amount of back and forth action, but ultimately that big push from Berat sealed the deal. Berat and Demon did a ton of sandwiching the armies of ANF just once again and again and again and again, knocking down ANF's army, who, honestly, ANF put out a lot of good plays in that match, a lot of good team fighting, a lot of good team support, but ultimately, it just was not enough. Welcome back to Magmageddon. Almost every time we've seen Magmageddon today, it's been a slightly different formula, and this is no different in the fact that it is different from what we just saw. This is a 6-player FFA. In the top left-hand corner as the purple allies, this is Siliope. As the blue Empire in the middle on the left side, this is Zayd. Spelled differently than Zayed from last game. And as the green Soviets in the south, this... Oh, Crane first. This is Green Alert. Good for that guy. He's Green Alert and he's playing green. We always appreciate that. As the yellow allies, this is DachiMK. As the cyan Soviets in the middle on the right, also going Crane first, this is Grave. And as the orange allies in the north, this is Triple K. And there we go. Game number 9. A 6-player FFA. Not something you see very often. A couple of times we've seen 6-player FFAs on this map. Okay. All right, this is normal. I saw no second refinery, and I was a little bit worried, but of course, Soviet players with cranes can get up 2 refineries quite quickly. Is this a 40K start? Okay, no, I don't think it's a 40K start. Everyone has spent their cash extremely quickly if it is a 40K start. Triple K moving out in the north. Hopefully that Triple K doesn't stand for KKK, because if so, well, we'll give this guy the benefit of the doubt. Siliope moving out with a number of Peacekeepers. Triple K going to be trying to hold the line. The barracks does go down, but it gets replaced immediately by a second barracks, and Triple K is going to be able to crush through this Peacekeeper attacking force without too much trouble. FFAs can be a weird beast for sure, but that bear was a beast that eventually got taken down. Well, there's going to be a Tesla coil getting added on, but in this case, it might actually be better to leave the area. Although, if the Tesla trooper gets too close, it won't be better to leave the area. You're going to get electrocuted one way or the other. Javelin soldiers do break down the Tesla coil, and you got to hand it to Grave, extending out this fight as long as he can to give himself an opportunity to come up with some kind of a solution, because he went very greedy right away. Super reactor before War Factory, triple refinery as well. So he was basically hoping no one attacks me for the first 5 minutes, and then I will be borderline unstoppable. That is his plan. He was hoping to get a 4th refinery out on the water as well. He got the oil derrick. He would have been super well set up. A little bit like what Green Alert is doing. He hasn't quite got that 4th refinery just yet. But Green Alert is benefiting from the fact that Dachi is going for the super reactor of Grave, getting the kill on that super reactor, able to annihilate half of the base of Grave. Loses his Javelin soldiers because of that, but that is a huge reset to everything that Grave was trying to do. Takes down the refinery, takes down the super reactor, completely distracts Grave for a couple of minutes there, and that allows Green Alert to get out onto the map, do a bit of damage to Dachi, but Dachi is not going to be stopped. He's got his own Riptides. He's got his own defensive force. He's got his own 3rd refinery as well as the oil derrick, so he's doing okay as an allied player. Oh, no, Apollo doesn't catch up to the Vindicator. I thought for a moment he might be able to. He's going to try and get it as it lands. He might be too far away. Apollo doesn't get it. Oh, just a little bit too late. He called off the Apollo, then he's like, wait a second. I can get him while he lands. Even if I can't catch up to him while he's returning to base, I can still get him while he lands. Grave has been given a bit of a grace period to rebuild, reorient himself as he takes the 3rd refinery out in the water, and he expands back into his main base to set up his comfortable 4 refineries. And we had a bit of a chaotic opening, but honestly, everything's kind of calmed down a little bit, and it feels like everyone is sort of stabilized. They've got 2 feet well planted underneath them. So I'm going to take an opportunity to say thanks to Savage Regime, Blockade Runner, Brian, Gabriel F., Nikola Tesla, BBB, Havasman, all for supporting the channel over on Patreon. And thank you all for any of you who don't support the channel on Patreon as well. I'm glad that you appreciate the videos and enjoy watching Command & Conquer, even though it was abandoned by EA more than a decade ago, but right about 12 years ago. And then abandoned again in 2013. Right about 10 years ago. Look at that. We're coming up to our 10-year anniversary from the cancellation of Generals 2. The last big Command & Conquer project. Of course, Rivals, you know. Command & Conquer on a mobile phone, well, it had its run as well. Silly OP getting pushed around by Zaid, who is he going to be able to get the kill on this MCV? I mean, honestly, if no one intervenes, he's going to be able to get the kill on this MCV. There just isn't much here. Triple K comes in for a moment, and it looks like a couple of Chopper VXs are going to get targeted down, but this MCV, if there's nothing that shoots up, there's nothing that can stop these Chopper VXs, and Silly OP might just be out of the game. I mean, it is an FFA, so he could still potentially make a comeback with his big group of Peacekeepers, but they can't go out onto the water, so if anyone has anything out on the water, they cannot do anything about that. Vindicators come in from Triple K, but they get knocked down right out of the air. They get their wings clipped, and they will be gone. Hammer Tanks and Bullfrogs moving in from Green Alert. He has once again set his sights upon DachiMK's base and said, I am going to take this allied player and kill him. Unfortunately for Silly OP, it seems like his moments in this game are numbered. I guess as long as he has harvesters, he can keep building command hubs, selling them off, and get more and more Peacekeepers. So that is one way that he could keep himself, in theory, in this game. Just build a whole bunch of harvesters, build a whole bunch of command hubs, sell them off, get one Peacekeeper at a time, and then send the Peacekeepers in to get crushed by Zaid, who just uses his tsunami tanks to end all of their lives immediately. Well, another refinery looks like it is going to be taken by Zaid. He is up to 5, soon to be 6 refineries, it looks like. And hey, if you can get 6 refineries in an FFA, you're probably in a pretty good spot. Triple K has expanded out to the water in the north. He's hoping that Allied Navy will be able to save him from the end times. We will see. DachiMK, he's continually kind of fighting on two fronts. He both has to deal with Green Alert and with Grave. He's just constantly kind of harassing them. Staying active with his Vindicators. Always defending, always attacking, it seems. Okay, yeah, he's doing this. Zaid kind of realizes this. You better get out of there with those refineries. You do not. That's $5 grand worth of refineries. What are you doing, man? Oh, it looks like Triple K has already taken over that expansion location. Zaid is hoping to have like 9 refineries under his control. 8 refineries he's hoping for, but close enough, you know. 8 or 9. Both good numbers of refineries to have, especially in an FFA. Green Alert and Grave, the Soviet representatives in this match. They are, well, one of them I feel like is going to be in a good position, and the other one is going to be pretty well dead, but... Or maybe Dachi will kill them both. Aircraft carriers are pretty good at killing peacekeepers. That might be sort of a difficult thing to stop. Triple K is going to be able to knock Silly OP out of the game. Our first casualty, Silly OP, gets knocked out right at the beginning. Well, close enough to the beginning. Close enough anyways. All right, Zaid and Triple K, they are going to be finding themselves going head-to-head. Green Alert choosing to turn south. For now, he is leaving Zaid alone. And yeah, these 3 players, Green Alert, Dachi, and Grave, are kind of locked in a war between them. Shogun Battleship comes out from... Dachi, Grave, and Green Alert. I think I said that correctly. But Zaid is now going to be moving in to that fight. He's hoping the Shogun Battleship can start to knock Green Alert out of this game. And Green Alert is like, oh, no. My dreadnoughts are elsewhere on the map. What am I even going to do about this? Oh, actually, that's not even his dreadnoughts. That's Grave's dreadnoughts. Grave went out onto the water, and he went big. Zaid has angered the green Soviet player, and we will see who wins. Hammer tanks or Shogun battleships, they are both going to be attacking each other, and Green Alert might just be sort of forced to engage here. Tengu's going to be coming in here. It's a combination of Tengus and Strikers going for the kill. Bullfrogs are here, but that's the only anti-air for this Soviet player. So if the Bullfrogs go down, it is lights out for this Soviet player. For now, the Bullfrogs are standing strong, picking off Chopper VX after Chopper VX. Hammer tanks now going toe-to-toe with the Tengus, but it is not enough on the ground. The Bullfrogs took too many days off of vacation, and now the Chopper VX have killed all of their Hammer tank friends. But Zaid has more to worry about. Refinery gets sniped. Refinery gets sniped as Triple K takes over the entire northern third of the map. He is starting to bend down towards the south. His aircraft carriers, his cryocopters, and his MCV spreading out to the corners of the earth. Well, this may kind of be a case of Triple K just kind of let Zaid do all of the dirty work of killing Silly OP. And then Triple K just moved into his home and was like, oh, this is mine now. Although these hydrofoils in the top right would be nice if they were here, keeping these units safe. Maybe he's got another multi-gunner turret queued up. No, not quite yet. A couple of Apollos are here. They're going to be able to clip the wings of these Tengus, but they really need to take care of those Chopper VXs as they target down that aircraft carrier, and it won't matter. The choppers go down, but the aircraft carrier is what they wanted to kill. Oh my gosh, he's literally just taking over this base before he's even killed Green Alert, before he's even knocked him out of this pocket of the map. He is already taking over those bases. Green Alert's couple of sickles there on the harassment warpath, but they are not long for this world. Javelin soldiers trying to do what they can. Dachi is not going to be very successful in killing Grave. And Grave, who just went out to the sea, has actually kind of turned out pretty well for him. It feels like we're starting to... well, maybe not anymore. We'll see how far this Cryogeddon goes. Okay, just gets 2 more reactors. But it sort of feels like Grave is the big Soviet player, Zaid is the big Empire player, and TripleK is the big Allied player. We have 1 big dog of each. Although Grave just got not totally reset, a little bit reset. He does have the quickest super weapon. So his vacuum imploder is got a little under 2 minutes until it fires off. 3 minutes on Zaid's psionic decimator. So they may not have the most territory under their control, but they do still have those super weapons that they can rely on. Green alerts MCV trying to escape into the corner of the map, but it is not meant to be. He still has an oil derrick. He still has a couple of refineries, and he still has a war factory as well. So Green Alert technically is still in this, but as he gets targeted down in just about every corner that he exists, he doesn't have much left in this game. There is not much hope for him in this match. Dreadnoughts from Grave are continuing to level the base of Dachi. He is hoping to avoid this kind of a sandwich, but this is the one that he is going to be forced to eat. A Dreadnought sandwich, and, well, it is going to be revenge of Zaid. He has found TripleK, and he has destroyed his MCV. And, well, at least 1 MCV. He might have another one somewhere else on the map. These Tengus could actually be killing these Apollos. The hydrofoils are far enough back that it wouldn't matter, but, well, no, I guess these Apollos are just going to kill absolutely everything Empire in the air. And TripleK makes some progress on land as well. Grave moves out. It looks like he's going to be able to end Dachi perhaps once and for all. But the Soviet and the Empire players might kind of run into each other as they're meeting in the middle trying to kill Dachi. Vindicators are looking for a couple of targets. They're going to be able to take out some of these, well, maybe not very many of them. The Bullfrogs are here. Vindicator's going down. 1 Vindicator does manage to escape. Naval Yard does go down. MCV is on the run. Dreadnoughts continuing to waste that base. 1 refinery, 1 oil derrick do remain for Dachi. What a kill! The MCV goes down. Good night, MCV. And, well, it was nice to know you while we knew you. It looks like that will be the end of Dachi. He does still have a war factory. He could technically come back, but feels like he's been dead for a while. Oh, my goodness. If he kills the MCV of Green Alert, kills it a second time, I guess he didn't kill it the first time. I love that this engineer never actually got killed because it was just crowdcopters and hydrofoils that were up there in the north. Bull Rush comes through. 1 Mirage tank goes down, but this is a lot of Javelin soldiers to kill off with the King Onis. They can stomp them to death, but it just takes time. Grave, well, Green Alert is hoping that Grave won't notice that they are neighbors. Dachi getting the kill on an oil derrick. He is basically out of this game, and yet he is still just always keeping hope alive, always trying to do a bit more damage. TripleK is the one that everyone should be worried about, and yet Dachi is, you know, being chipped away at by, or Grave is being chipped away at by Dachi, just being poked and prodded and, you know, doing what damage he can. But honestly, TripleK is just going to move out and just smash everybody in about 10 seconds. Well, 1 Athena cannon goes heroic. Naval forces get sunk as that psionic decimator fires off in the north. Zaid has somewhat taken over this corner of the map. He feels reasonably strong. I feel like there needs to be an unholy alliance between Zaid and Grave to be able to knock down TripleK. And in FFAs, you know, sometimes that stuff is arranged literally in the in-game chat, in the all chat. And sometimes it is just happenstance. The players aren't necessarily communicating and they just don't realize that they're both attacking a guy almost at the same time, but on different fronts, and then they end up accidentally double-teaming someone. Stingray's overcharging on top of that Shogun battleship, and, well, there's quite a few Shogun battleships to choose from, so if you don't hit one, maybe you'll hit another one. Green Alert and Dachi, both technically in this game, they've got such small corners of the map under their control, and that is it. Dachi has been defeated. There are still 4, but of course there's 3 big dogs. And Grave and Zaid, if they kill each other, then that's basically going to be a free win for Triple K. Triple K, who's already the strongest player in this game, is Engineer. A nice attempt, okay. Nice attempt here by Green Alert. He's not going to actually be able to come back, but he is going to attempt it. Crusher Crane goes down right as the last Chopper VX falls. And 1 barracks of production, 1 super reactor, 1 refinery, 1 oil derrick, 1 reactor, and that is it for Green Alert. Also, this 1 engineer up in the top right-hand corner. I would love... Oh, the MCV isn't there. I would love if he just, like, walked in and took an MCV, an allied MCV, but it's pretty far away, so... I think that's pretty unlikely. This Tengu was meant for harassment, but it will get taken down by that hydrofoil. Ooh, 3 kills. It doesn't mean much for Green Alert. It's not like that, you know, refinery kill is going to save him. It's not like it's a 1v1 where killing a refinery could actually be significant. He still is not going to kill Triple K, but maybe he'll live a little longer. He'll be able to survive a smidge past one of these other guys. Grave and Zaid, they've kind of backed off from each other. What are you doing, Zaid? Really? I mean, you can kill some Shoguns, or you can kill some Stingrays, and you can maybe even kill a Dreadnought, but what are you really doing here? Final squadron gets called in. Going to be sent over to this Soviet base. Last production structure. After this, it's all harvesters and nothing else. Good night to that barracks. Shogun battleship goes down in the south. And Green Alert, he fought well, but it's pretty much over. Triple K, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 refineries under his control and an oil derrick, which obviously compared to 10 refineries, even if a couple of them are depleted, as these 2 are now, basically. Even if they were depleted, you know, that 1 oil derrick obviously isn't doing a lot of heavy lifting. A little bit of splash damage from that Athena cannon onto that ore refinery. Tengu goes for the transform. Zaid is here to push back against Triple K, but Triple K is literally just like on the other side of the map with these Athena cannons poking and prodding at the King Onis as they approach his base. Triple K taking a bit of a passive role in this game. He aggressively expanded. He's big into the eco game, but other than that, he is very, very passive. Vacuum Imploder finds a huge ball of allied power. And that is a ton of ground units that get wiped off of the face of the Earth. But honestly, I don't even know how much that matters. Oh, well, these Shogun battleships, they're starting to make some headway. That was a Vacuum Imploder from Grave. At the same time, Zaid is putting some pressure on Triple K via Shogun battleships and King Onis, but here comes a fleet of cryocopters to freeze down every single Shogun battleship. And this is enough cryocopters to freeze them pretty darn quickly, even though there is 3 or 4 Shogun battleships at one time. There aren't any more. Oh, the Apollos get the kill, but the Tengu does not crash into its own naval forces. Green Alert is still here. He's going for Zaid. What a match. Oh, they get the kill on the King Oni. That's a lot of flak troopers. A couple of them are heroic. One double vat, one single vat. Shogun battleships get eliminated. Triple aircraft carrier. So many cryocopters. All right, Grave is now starting to move out on the right side of the map. It feels like these guys maybe were typing to each other in the chat. They were, you know, attacking each other, going for each other, and then now after a couple of bouts of punching each other in the face, they sort of both turned around and are now focused on Triple K. Sonic Decimator is ready to go. Zaid can break down some of these aircraft carriers in a moment's notice. What? Why does Triple K not have either super weapon? I just realized a cryocopter or a chronosphere would be extremely useful for taking down these shoguns and these dreadnoughts, but he does not have either. He does have a massive ground army moving through the middle of the map. Athena cannons, javelins, Mirage, IFVs, basically everything from the Allied arsenal. If it runs on the ground, it is here in this army. This might be a place to use your Psionic Decimator. That is a massive army. But, okay, well, here we go. Proton Collider and a Chronosphere both packaged together. That is also a good spot to use your super weapons, your super abilities. If you combine that with, like, a Satellite Drop and a Vacuum Imploder, you could end both of those. You might need a little bit more firepower than that, but pretty close to that. And, well, Triple K is just burning through everything that Grave has. Psionic Decimator fires off somewhere. I guess he killed some... It looks like he maybe killed some aircraft carriers with it or something. I don't know where he used it. Triple K moving through the map. I cannot believe that Green Alert is still in this game. He's just got this one little corner of the map. He's taking money, and he can't spend it on anything. Wait, how is he? Oh, no, that's Triple K. I said the wrong guy. Green Alert. Yeah, he's got 16 grand. Oh, we went too far. Final Squadron called in once again. Calls in the Final Squadron on the Proton Collider and the Chronosphere. Triple K burning down the base of Grave. And there is not a whole lot to stop him. Grave has a decent amount of stuff out on the water. And, oh, these bullfrogs are going to just do huge damage to these cryocopters if they are not stopped. One bullfrog has already gone heroic. Oh, my gosh, he's just burning through so many cryocopters. Finally, they do freeze him. That is an insane number of cryocopters. But, I mean, they can be killed. They can be wiped out. Vacuum Imploder gets taken down. Green Alert has taken a second oil. Derek, the guy who can't spend any money, he's taken a second oiled. Wait! What? What? I don't even know how, but he stole an Allied MCV. That is amazing. I guess he stole it from Triple K because no one else is allies in this game. Oh my gosh, Green Alert keeping hope alive everywhere he can. I cannot believe he got an engineer into an Allied MCV somehow. And now he's got a full tech tree again, a bunch of flak troopers, some bullfrogs, and a Soviet, a super reactor and an ore refinery. And then an Allied tech tree other than that. Tengus in the north, and Hydrofoil's going to be tearing apart these Tengus. Well, now the Tengu's going to try and end that Hydrofoil, but there's too many assault destroyers here. Green Alert. Oh, come on. What is that? What is that? Green Alert. Why? Why? After all of that? Come on. Power plants on the docket. Might need to sell off some of these base defenses just to get the power online a little bit more quickly. What a mess. Oh, man. I was so excited for the Green Alert comeback. Sheesh. By the way, big thanks to the folks who support the channel on Patreon, like Jen H, Lolzide, Benjamin S, Brian H, Gunnar, Kenneth H, MC, Voltec J, Sheffenoff, and Squish. Big thanks to the folks who don't support the channel on Patreon as well. Like Grave, who is just moving up through this base, clearing out everything that Triple K has. And Triple K may be the strongest individual player, but this might be one of those situations where he gets double-teamed, and then either Grave or Zaid is the one to take the game in the end. Power's back online for the allied player Triple K. I guess losing a bunch of your buildings will help you do that. MCV gets sold off. Mirage tanks are taking down anything that is on the land of Grave. Meanwhile, Stingrays in the north taking down anything that is on the land of Triple K's. And Zaid is just happy to chill out in the bottom left-hand corner of the map and wait for these guys to kill each other. Slowly but surely. 30 seconds left until the Proton Collider. Or maybe a few more seconds than that if he's in low power mode. Mirage tank takes down that refinery. Apollos, a couple of them going down to that striker. Tesla Coil going toe-to-toe with that Mirage tank. And the power is finally back online for... Oh, actually, I guess that's the Chronosphere that's almost ready to go. Triple K, Chronosphere almost ready to go. And this is a lot of Soviet Navy, but this is all pretty low health stuff. That is so many Assault Destroyers. Let's see how well the Overcharge does. They might just try and get on top of everything and then overcharge all at once. The EMP is going to do as much friendly fire as it does damage to the enemy. Almost every single Assault Destroyer gets caught, but the Athena cannons on the land are adding to the damage that this allied navy can do. And the Stingrays get eaten up one by one. And, well, that was your attempt. Chronosphere onto the building, and it takes down the War Factory, but Zaid is here with a ton of Tengus, targeting down Athena cannons, War Factories, and maybe even enough power plants to delay that Proton Collider. Psionic Decimator and Vacuum Imploder are both back out on the map. So even though the Vacuum Imploder was knocked down, it is now back up and running. Final Squadron gets called in. I don't even think this is his only MCV. Yeah, he still has another MCV, so even if you kill off this MCV, it kind of doesn't matter. And actually, oh, they almost get the kill on that MCV. I did not think it would do that much damage, but it did indeed. It did a lot of damage. MCV getting targeted down. Will eventually get healed up, I guess. Maybe even worth building a barracks, yeah. Getting an engineer and stepping out that way. Yuriko is here out on the map. Shogun Battleship? Yep, Shogun Battleship chipping away at these refineries. The 6-player FFA that seems to never end. Just like the support from Sir Edward, Cameron S., Abalaba, Otrix C., Chris A., Mr. Calhoun, Shan Rocks, Lily R., Mark, and Kuro over on Patreon. Big thanks to all of those folks as well. Oh, man, this cryocopter. Oh, the cryocopter doesn't crash into the Shogun Battleship, though. He didn't get close enough over top, so unable to get the lucky kill with the death animation. Which I think cryocopters sometimes do damage and sometimes they don't. Well, honestly, I feel like this could still go any way. Triple K has been in the strongest position for a while, but Zaid and Grave have decided to not attack each other, and so that does make him vulnerable. Oh, Cryogeddon going to be chasing away this Yuriko Omega. And Tank Buster Surprise also getting called in, but it didn't quite work out the way he had hoped. He could get the kill on all of this stuff. Well, maybe not the multi-gunner turret. He might not be able to kill that with a half-health Yuriko. I'm not sure. Well, we're about to find out. Another cryocopter goes down, and you will not quite get it. Oh, Precision Bomber gets it, though. Yuriko gets knocked out by a Precision Bomber. More Stingrays, more Bullfrogs. It didn't work last time. Maybe it will work this time. Moments away. This Proton Collider fires immediately. Not sure where exactly he fires off. Over here onto the War Factory of Zaid, leveling 2 refineries just before it gets cleaned up. Shogun battleships might be the next target. Ready to go. Satellites take out the Proton Collider, and Shogun battleships save themselves by taking out the Chronosphere. Triple K is getting double teamed, and it looks like that might be enough to send him out of this game, or at least send his MCV packing and looking for greener pastures or clearer waters somewhere else. Zaid, with a triple Shogun battleship out on the water, is cleaning up as much of this allied base as he can, clearing those waters for his own empire expansion. Double Shogun battleship, fully heroic and also with Emperor's Rage, but oh my gosh, that hydrofoil just deletes anything that is in the sky. Okay. Hydrofoils could actually neutralize a bunch of these units. Too many units to use their weapons jammers, though, so they can only neutralize a couple of units at a time. Tengus need to transform, but the Shoguns need to kill the hydrofoils first. So this is kind of an awkward situation. The Cryocopter will eventually freeze these Shoguns. It'll take an extremely long time, but the hydrofoils have, and the assault destroyers have kind of negated the Tengus. All right, finally, one hydrofoil is able to get a kill there, or get killed off, rather. And now the Cryocopter has been eliminated, so. Assault Destroyers are hoping that they can win the fight versus the Shoguns, and it looks like they will be able to surround the Shoguns. One of them does get rammed, or one of the Shoguns rams through the Assault Destroyer wall. And the other Shogun, I think, will be able to ram through one of the Assault Destroyers as well. But no, he may not even need to. Look at that. The Assault Destroyers all go down. Triple K had a surround on those Empire boats, but it does not matter. Triple K is about to get rocked, maybe by a vacuum imploder or just by these Shogun battleships. Vacuum imploder is ready to go. Triple K escapes into the middle of the map. Twin Blades doing some light harassment of Zaid's stuff. They both have super weapons that are basically ready to go, so Zaid and Grave are kind of equally deciding that they need to kill off Triple K so that they are the last two remaining, and then they will use their super weapons on each other, I guess. Neither one of them really wants to use it on the guy who's almost dead. And there we go. Triple K has been basically defeated. He still has an MCV. It is not the Tier 3 MCV, so he is going to have to rebuy those upgrades at some point. But he's still got a refinery. He's even got an expansion to 2 more depleted refineries. And soon, there will be only a Soviet and an Empire player remaining in this game. They're both playing chicken with each other. Oh, that is a great spot to use the Psionic Decimator. I don't know if there's a better spot. Maybe here? Yeah, maybe take out the refinery and get 2 dreadnoughts at once. But the vacuum imploder is, you know, similar kind of deal. A couple of Shoguns could be the target of the vacuum imploder. Stingrays will get eliminated. And yeah, Grave definitely has a lot more units out on the map that could be cleaned up by a super weapon. Oh, those refineries never were rebuilt. Well, Triple K is technically still in this one. He's even got a second refinery up and running. MCV getting targeted down. Grave is going to find that annoying, sells it off, actually. Oops. Calls in the tank buster surprise and immediately gets singularity'd. Oh well. It happens sometimes. Twin Blade going for the scout. Ooh, gets a kill on a power plant. Gets a kill on a second power plant. Yeah, that's what happens when you don't repair your buildings after a proton collider smashes into them. Mekabay gets sold off. Tengu is going to chase down that Twin Blade. That's a whole bunch of stuff just getting sold off by Zaid. I can't believe Triple K is still in this game as well. Technically, Triple K could outlast... That oil derrick never got cleaned up. Could outlast either Zaid or Grave. And, you know, quote-unquote, take second place. These two super weapons, just use them! Anticipation is killing me. Honestly, I think if Zaid knew about this spot, this is a money spot to kill a ton of value. Like, what is that, 20,000, 30,000 credits worth of units? It's a lot of Twin Blades. Maybe not 30,000. Maybe it's only like 20,000. Get a couple of airfields as well. Stingray going for the kill on that Shogun battleship, and the Shogun is just taking it. Just slowly gonna die to the Stingray. Final squadron gets called in. Oh, on the vacuum imploder, actually. I guess that gives him vision. I don't think it quite did enough for the Psionic Decimator to end it. But all of the aircraft repositioned, and they are on the move out. Sometimes all you need is Twin Blades. And look at that, Triple K has been found out. The vacuum imploder gets used because the Psionic Decimator is going to have to do a bit of friendly fire if it wants to be used accurately. And there it is. Complete dodge. Whiff for the vacuum, for the Psionic Decimator. And these Twin Blades have no equal. This is pure Soviet firepower, sheer numbers, and nothing more. Mass Twin Blade, lots of MiGs for support. You're going to need a lot of Tengus to take down that many MiGs. And Twin Blades, well, they're not the only unit in the game, but sometimes they're the only unit you need. Yeah, the Sea-Wing is cute, but it just does not matter. Grave should be able to take this game, knocking out Zaid first, it seems, as he is going to jump on his production, jump on his refineries, his power plants, and then eventually his MCV up there in the north. Ooh, a couple of Rocket Angels. I like the attempt. I just don't think it's going to work out in this case. Power plants, pretty low value targets overall, but in an FFA, you never know where someone will hide something. More harvesters, more refineries. Grave has overwhelming air superiority, and a couple of flat cannons back at home to kill off these Rocket Angels. Well, the Rocket Angels are going to get the kill on at least one Dreadnought. Bullfrog will take down a couple of the Rocket Angels from there, but hey, at least we got to see some Rocket Angels. Always cool to see Rocket Angels. The MCV escapes to the north. Triple K is like, hey, get out of here. This is my hiding spot. You're not supposed to be here. This is where I hide. Why are you here? Oh, this is funny. Triple K and Zaid, they are fighting for second place in a way that most people don't. And Grave, after almost getting knocked down by DachiMK in the beginning of the game, is now just, you know, making a comeback and slicing and dicing through everyone. He is nearly ready to end this game. Tank busters are here. Always nice to have that tank buster surprise in your back pocket. And Triple K's MCV has escaped off to the top right, so it looks like he may actually be the second place finisher of this game. Triple K comes in with his Mirage tank to clean up those tank busters, but here is Grave to end the game. MCV goes down. Barracks is the last thing of Zaid's on the map. Zaid 646 has been defeated, and that will do it. Game 9 is over. Whew. We got through it in the end. We got through it. 44 minutes. That will do it for that game. We have 2 more games to get to. 1 a 2v2v2, and 1 and a 1v1. Thank you all for tuning in to the stream. As I said, we have 2 games left, and of course the VOD will be up on YouTube relatively soon after. So you can always check all of the action you may have missed with timestamps and with some 60 FPS interpolation on it as well. It'll look a bit nicer than the live stream does. Once again, a good day of games overall. A bunch of really good action-packed matches. Oof, we're climbing up towards the 5-hour mark. But we've had a couple of breaks in this broadcast, so it's been a bit more spread out. I'll have a bit more to cut out of this broadcast than the Kane's Wrath sub-replay special. But, oh man, it's going to take a long time to render. Welcome back to Carville for game number 10 of this subscriber replay showcase. And in this case, this is regular old Carville. This is not a rebalanced version or anything like that. Of course, I do hope to see some of that more in the future, but we shall see. In the north, in the top right-hand corner, as the Red Soviets, this is Grave. I guess making a return from that previous match, that FFA, as the Purple Allies, his teammate, this is LiquidKNOWS. Meanwhile, on the island, currently going to be sticking it out. We'll see if it works. This is the Orange Allies, Triple K. Also making a return from that last match. Meanwhile, on the south side, as his ally, this is the Green Soviets, Mexican. And that means that our last team as the Cyan Soviets, this is Pale Ale. And our 6th player as the Yellow Allies, this is Soilark. I don't know. How do you pronounce that guy's name? Soilark? Auric? All right, that's good enough for me. Another 2v2v2, an endless supply that you guys send in of 2v2v2s. I guess people do like the format, and it is a little bit unique to Red Alert 3. I mean, I'm sure that 2v2v2s exist in other games. What a lovely crush for that prospector. Gets himself 3 peacekeepers, almost gets 5 peacekeepers in one go. But yeah, I don't remember seeing a lot of other RTS games with 2v2v2 as a format. Obviously, 2v2s are, you know, relatively common. 1v1 is the most common, perhaps. And then you have team games, you know, like League of Legends, which are sort of offshoots from the RTS genre. And that's 5v5, but offshoots maybe more from the Warcraft side of the RTS genre, but that's 5v5, so a big team game. 2v2v2. That's a bit different. Bears and conscripts coming in here for Mexican to try and dislodge LiquidKNOWS who has a bit of Vindicator firepower. Ooh, LiquidKNOWS not bomb splitting. I don't know if that was just like a, I don't need to bomb split, or if, no, okay, he can bomb split, so he just, yeah, in that one, he just went, I'm just going to drop these bombs and let my Peacekeepers deal with the rest. Or not deal with the rest, as Messican burns through those Peacekeepers inside of that building. TripleK now here in support. Could maybe just target down the airfield. Goes for the barracks instead. Gonna let his conscripts try and gain the upper hand. By the way, big thanks to Savage Regime, Blockade Runner Brian, Gabriel F, Nikola Tesla, BBB, and Havasman for supporting the channel over on Patreon, as well as Team Kill, New Type Nate, Sparky Ampersand, JP128, Cardo S, William H, Boris, Monty C, and R. Bullfrogs kill the Vindicators, Riptide kills the Bullfrog, or maybe not if the conscripts kill the Riptide itself. Tesla Coil will come up. Grave with that Tesla Coil save of his ally, and now they're trying to target it down. Messican hoping that he can finish the job that TripleK started, but the Riptides and the Tesla Coil are a formidable opponent indeed. TripleK trying to hold on to the middle of the island. And TripleK and Messican, they're hoping, well, maybe we can make something happen here, but I don't know if it's really going to happen. Pale Ale has dropped a Tesla Coil in the middle of those harvesters, so that seems like it is not long for this world. And wait a second, Graves MCV is here next to Auroch's stuff, as this reactor is actually just blocking this Tesla Coil from being taken out by these multi-gunner turrets. And I guess that's one way to try and take an expansion, is to just move your MCV there, even if someone else has their stuff there, and just drop a Tesla Coil on top of the location. War Factory gets taken down, Riptide gets taken down, LiquidKNOWS gets pushed further and further up. His MCV has made a run for it, and Messican does not give chase. I thought that Terror Drone was going to move up and maybe even trap that MCV and take it over. Tesla Coil wins versus Refinery. Ooh, Engineer is going to barely get there in time. Those Vindicators, if they had one more bomb or maybe two more bombs, that Conyard would have been gone. And Grave would have been a bit reset. Not totally reset, I assume. He at least has the crane, so he could get up more buildings, eventually rebuild an MCV. Refinery's taken down. Messican has found a bit of space for himself. TripleK has moved elsewhere on the map and has set up a double expand on the left side. I'm not actually sure where his MCV ended up. There we go. He's got two refineries on the water. And the map is starting to be carved up. Pale Ale has the entire middle of the map, but Auroch has kind of just held out in the corner and is not really looking to do much more than that ever since he got blasted out of this expansion. TripleK with those Vindicators returning home. He's gone on a successful bombing run, it seems. He's going to do what he can to steal things away from the Soviet player. And, well, he's at least forcing the sell-off of some of these buildings, which is annoying, but certainly not the end of the world for Pale Ale. Messican was not able to hunt down this MCV. And now he's got a refinery. It is in a very awkward position, but at least it is out. At least it is here. It escaped. It has lived to tell the tale. Messican and TripleK pretty well set up in this game. TripleK maybe not so much. He just lost two refineries on the left side of the map. But we shall see. He's at least got two refineries, and Messican is soon going to have either 6 refineries, or he's going to give 1 or 2 of them over to TripleK. But Messican and TripleK are going to have a pretty sweet setup in the corner of the map. We've seen a number of players go into that corner and then just hang out. They just sort of wait out the map and get a bunch of that cash into their pockets and then build big armies with it and take over from there. Pale Ale, on the other hand, is going to have just about the whole island to himself. 6 refineries on the high ground, a 7th down on the low ground in the water, plus 1 oil derrick, the other oil derrick for his ally. That 1 dolphin slowly just breaking down that command hub. All right, Mexican finding a bit of damage out on the water. He's going to be targeting down that refinery. Tesla coil is getting established, though. Well, I don't know that they're going to be able to totally knock down LiquidKNOWS, but LiquidKNOWS has been at least reduced significantly in effectiveness. It's a lot of hammer tanks. If we pack along a whole bunch of infantry as well, this could be a very powerful fighting force indeed. Brave calling in some satellites on top of Triple K. I feel like Mexican really... Okay, his MCV is on the move. I was like, he really needs to take over this double refinery location. They've barely been touched. Still 45,000 credits in between the two of them. Huge amount of cash up for grab. Double aircraft carrier is a powerful tool indeed. Double airfield in the corner from Auroch. Harvester's getting targeted down. Refinery's getting targeted down. And Mexican making progress both on land and on the sea. Mexican is definitely the name that I recognize the most from 1v1s and more competitive matches. So these other guys may be pretty good team fighters, but I know Mexican is probably the best of the bunch in a 1v1. He's probably the mechanically best at the game, which obviously doesn't always translate to a win in a team game, but it can give him a distinct advantage over a lot of these other players. As I said, that he's going to lose some conscripts to these bears. Not that the conscripts are the real meat of this army, but in some sense, they are the meat of this army. Frozen, if you will. Not fresh, but indeed frozen. Ready to travel long distances, like into a bear's belly. Oh, he misses it. The cryo shot catches only conscripts, and it doesn't do him any good anyways. Oh, 2 games in a row. Let's go. We have infinite Twin Blades, it seems. And hey, if Twin Blades is the only thing that you need, then Twin Blades is the only thing that you need. And sometimes, Twin Blades are the only thing that you need. And they will wash upon this force. 3 bullfrogs, not nearly enough to stop this many Twin Blades, and Grave will save his own base with only Twin Blades. Hammer Tank's trying to kill off that Crusher Crane, and that's where Mexican is like, oh, we have a problem. You're going to need a lot more bullfrogs than what you've got. Toxins getting called in. Ore Collector going to be losing some of its life. Natasha goes for the snipe, gets an aircraft carrier eliminated out there on the water. Toxins get dropped in the water as well. Cryoblast going to be firing off on top of the Tesla coil. Might grab a harvester or maybe just that hydrofoil. Yeah, just the hydrofoil. The Assault Destroyer able to negate the rest of that cryo shot. 8 Vindicators on a bombing run. Auroch has a target in mind. Oh! And the Assault Destroyer does go down. And the Vindicators, some of them escape, presumably. Yeah, it looks like most of them do manage to escape. 6 of the 8, one of them barely escapes. Bear gets cleaned up. Messican is ready. Only 3 bullfrogs. Okay, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 6 bullfrogs, much better. Plus 2 flak troopers. Yeah, I feel like the flak troopers are good because even though the twin blades can kill flak troopers quickly, you want to give them more targets to shoot at. Oh, this is a lot of twin blades. This guy seems like his plan is twin blades and only twin blades, because that is how you win the game, apparently twice in a row. We'll see if he's actually able to make it happen twice in a row. Pale Ale, Messican, and Grave. 3 Soviet players feel like they have the biggest presence on the map. The aircraft of Orok give him a certain amount of reach and ability to put down, extend influence, but his ground army is pretty weak. 2 Guardians, 2 IFVs, and 1 Riptide. Cryo Shot immediately scares them away. Get out of here! All right, Grave is going to get an idea of the army that waits for him. Grave and Messican having a bit of a fight between the 2 of them. They're going to see who is the better Soviet player. And I think in a 1v1 it would be Messican, but Grave, I mean, he's spread out pretty far. He has got a lot of stuff under his control. Cryo Shot catches only a bullfrog, and that is not hardly what you want when you are going to be cleaning up this army. And we'll see. Twin blades coming in. Lots of flak troopers, lots of bullfrogs, but a ton of twin blades. Way too many twin blades. Way too many twin blades. And Messican brought a lot more anti-air this time, but still not anywhere near enough. And, well, you gotta hand it to Grave. He got a ton of cash, and he spent it all on twin blades. And he says, hey, that is good enough for me. I thought Messican was going to trade a lot more effectively than he did, but that was way too many twin blades. Splits off half of the twin blades. All of the weak twin blades. No, a bunch of these are full health twin blades. Some of the weak twin blades getting sent off to go back home. Meanwhile, on the south side, Vindicator is going to be coming in. Orok is doing a bit of scouting. Airfield might get taken down, but, I mean, ultimately, that's not that big of a deal. Bonk! Oh, he gets it! The Guardian tank on the ground is what actually gets the kill, but it was basically in sync with that Vindicator smashing down into it. Need some more V4s to be able to take down those Tesla coils efficiently. And always annoying when your opponent sneaks an engineer into your base, steals your refinery. Soviet player with an allied refinery. Triple K not doing so hot, but not doing so not either. He's doing okay. Not doing well, but considering he had to give up the middle of the map, unwillingly even, he's not doing terribly. Satellites and a freeze ray going to be delaying Messican's attack by a little bit longer. Building takes a bit of splash damage there. But Messican is now ready once again. Honestly, I feel like the answer... Okay, there are the MiGs. I was like, if the guy went just twin blades, MiGs are definitely going to be the answer. He did go some MiGs. So you would need a lot of MiGs to be able to overwhelm that. But V4s will find their mark, and this is a lot more twin blade reinforcements. This guy is a big believer in the twin blade. And I mean, all Soviet players are a big believer in the twin blade, but this guy is a big believer in the twin blade more than most. You probably need twice that many bullfrogs, twice that many flak troopers as well. There's almost nothing you can do against these kind of numbers. When someone puts 7 refineries worth of income into nothing but twin blades and like 8 MiGs, there's almost nothing you can do about it. V4 gets a shot off, but... I mean, I love me a Kirov. But Kirovs don't have quite the speed that Twin Blades do. Maybe some flak cannons, but it's a little too late as the War Factory goes down. The Bullfrogs chip away at these Twin Blades. And I mean, it's just kind of too much. Hydrofoils would be nice out on the water to support this Bullfrog, but the Bullfrog does eventually go down. The MCV gets packed up, and this MCV is going to get targeted down, and Grave is looking to take over the map with only Twin Blades. I mean, if you believe in something, show it. And this guy really, really believes in the Twin Blade. So he is, yeah, killing Messican with nothing but Twin Blades. LiquidKNOWS is still just existing off of, like, 2 buildings. Grave is literally doing all of the heavy lifting in this game. A couple of firefights between Auroch and Triple K in the south. But ultimately, not much of anything. Akula Sub gets targeted down, trades out with a Riptide in the north. More Vindicators moving out. I'm not even sure what he's hoping to accomplish with these. Maybe bomb a refinery? I don't even know. Vacuum Imploder. Okay, he was waiting for the Cryogeddon. There is an Assault Destroyer here, which might just sort of absorb out that Cryogeddon, yeah. Vacuum Imploder, Iron Curtain, and a second Vacuum Imploder, but from a different player. I mean, 8 Vindicators only killing 1 Assault Destroyer. That's not a bad trade. 8 Vindicators do a lot of damage, so trading out all of that damage instead of losing like a Tesla coil or something. Messican is looking to rebuild. Time bomb goes off next to the naval yard. IFV and an engineer trying to make something happen in the south. Pale Ale is ready to go. He has a massive army. Iron Curtain is here. Looks like satellites got called down. Little under 3 minutes for both of the vacuum imploders. I'm not sure what Pale Ale is hoping to do. Maybe Iron Curtain some of his units, like a couple of bull... Oh my gosh, this is just an insane... This might take the cake for most Twin Blades I've ever seen in a replay that someone sent in. I mean, I guess you could like start a game with AI and 40k and just take over the whole map and build nothing but Twin Blades, but like in an actual game against other humans who are roughly your same skill level, this is a lot of Twin Blades. Way too many Twin Blades. Never have I seen V4s so expertly destroy an empty building. Sometimes it be like that. Minute and a half, Iron Curtain's ready to go. Cryogeddon fires off. They're going to try again. I think the Iron Curtain on the Bullfrogs is going to be the play. Cryogeddon will catch the Bullfrogs. Some of them will escape, though. V4 gets caught by that, and here come the Twin Blades. Blue laser beam from the sky, and the Bullfrogs do not get Iron Curtain, so the Bullfrogs just die. Oh, the Iron Curtain is Pale Ales. Oh, of course, that's why. I was misremembering who had the Iron Curtain. These are the Bullfrogs, which will get Iron Curtained. A couple of Mirage tanks trying to sneak through the defenses, but they will be found out. That would be a great place to use a vacuum imploder if one had been ready. Pale Ale is going to have one soon, but Grave is going to have one even sooner. One vacuum imploder ready. 2 vacuum imploders are ready. Iron Curtain deletes a huge chunk of infantry. And out on the water, the vacuum imploder deletes the Navy. Oh, the hydrofoils are just driving into the vacuum imploder and getting eliminated one after another. I mean, K has built a bunch of hydrofoils, but about half of them just got removed from the map. And hydrofoils do shred twin blades. But this is still a lot of twin blades, so even if you lose a lot of twin blades, you're still killing a lot of stuff. Looks like the MiGs were not brought along with this attack, so 8 Apollos would have done absolutely massive damage. Hydrofoils are now trying to run for their lives. Run away as these twin blades descend upon them and bring death from the sky. Mexican and K may be our first team eliminated from this 2v2v2. Grave has brought death from on high with twin blades, and only twin blades. I mean, I get it. Twin blades are super fun to use. K sells that stuff off. I don't even know if he has anything left. His MCV might have escaped. I don't even know if his MCV escaped. Yeah, he may not have anything much left at all. War Factory goes down. Mexican's MCV has escaped, at least for now. A couple of more bullfrogs running around. Magmageddon fires off. Vindicators? They're not gonna... You can't freeze a super weapon with one Cryogeddon. You need more than that. So this is kind of an interesting choice. Vacuum Imploder finds a big chunk of twin blades, but that's not even the main event. That was my decoy army. That was not even my full force. That's not even my full strength. But this is about to be. He saved the Iron Curtain, and this is a lot of bullfrogs that need an Iron Curtain right here, right now. Half of the twin blades are here. The other half are making their way over, and that's a giant Cryogeddon that fires off. But no Iron Curtain to save these bullfrogs. So when half of your twin blades have already done the job, there is not much more than that. A couple of bullfrogs do get Iron Curtained, though. Two do get Iron Curtained. So these twin blades will need to back off, or they'll just see if they can outlast the Iron Curtain. There might actually be more twin blades than time of an Iron Curtain when you've only got 2 bullfrogs. And I guess that's one way to deal with a vacuum imploder, is to send your own gigantic twin blade army and to kill it off while your opponent is busy. MiGs are bringing down the twin blades on their exit, but many will still return home, and it's twin blade mass v twin blade mass in this 2v2v2. I mean, we've seen some big twin blade armies in the past, but this is pretty much the max. Linkbane saying Twin Blade Death Star in the chat. That's pretty accurate. I mean, when a super weapon does less damage than all of your twin blades, you know that you've got a lot of them. Mexican and K are out. Pale Ale and Grave have been the big dogs for a little while now. Although, honestly, Auroch has a decent amount of stuff on the map. He just doesn't seem like that big of a threat in general. Like, I don't know, he needs 12 airfields worth of Apollos. But whatever the case is, Auroch or Pale Ale, one of them needs to get over here and take all of these refineries, because even these depleted ones, I mean, they will pay for themselves. And if you get 6 depleted refineries, that is a decent amount of income, especially late in the game. Take over all of those refineries. Magnetic Singularity. I don't know what the point of that was. For a second, I thought, like, wait, does Magnetic Singularity stop the death animation of the whatchamacallit, of the super reactor? But no, it doesn't. it still explodes. So I don't know why that's magnetic singularity was used. Maybe to stop it from selling off or something. All right. Ore refinery getting targeted down. It's a low power mode for Grave. Fortunately, twin blades don't require electricity. Might as well take out that reactor. These flak cannons going to do a decent amount of damage to these twin blades, especially since they are not attacking them. They're just flying over top. Maybe a time bomb going off there on the left side of the map. Super reactor getting rebuilt on the left side. And we're about to find out who has more firepower. Iron Curtain fires off on these IFVs of LiquidKNOWS, and he is cutting through a huge number of these twin blades. And it's going to be Migs waiting on the other side, but the Iron Curtain is ready to return fire. And Migs clean up the twin blades. Ooh, Vindicators get the super reactor. Nicely done. Not totally worth it, but it's something. Vacuum imploder, 1 minute left. I feel like the vacuum imploder might be the only way to kill off this many twin blades. Twin Blade's going to be able to burn down these buildings. Grave seems unstoppable. Pale Ale's Air Armada has been turned to mush. Well, you've got one, I've got one. Vacuum imploder in the corner, as well as another super reactor for Grave. LiquidKNOWS is slowly expanding down the right side of the map, heading to the south to, I guess, just take over everything. Pale Ale kind of realizing, hey, there's a bunch of refineries that are up for grabs. And he's about to have a bad day. Immediately sells off the MCB. He knows. He knows that it is lights out. Oh, there's a couple of MiGs here. 2 MiGs and a bullfrog. Oh, 4 bullfrogs on the high ground. Twin blades are going to escape for the current moment. Vacuum imploder fires off. Catches a bunch of units in the north, gets a refinery, gets a super reactor as well, but does not end all of this production. The crusher cranes also go down. 2 of them get eliminated. Iron Curtains are ready. Twin blades crossing the map. IFVs aren't in nearly good enough numbers. Multi-gunner turrets, you know, they do okay versus a couple of twin blades, but not versus this many twin blades. MiGs are here from Pale Ale, but they're not actually engaging the twin blades. Okay, they find their mark. Iron Curtain lands on the IFVs, and Grave needs to get on out of there. MiGs picking them off as much as they can. Flak Troopers are here, and they clean up actually a huge amount of the MiGs. I don't think it'll be enough because behind the scenes there's still going to be more production, but that has thinned the herd down to a mere, like, 25. That really weakened the serious numbers of twin blades. Time bomb fires off on that Iron Curtain. And, well, Pale Ale leaves the game, hands everything over to Auroch. So I guess it's a 1v2, sort of. Aircraft carrier now out for our allied player, LiquidKNOWS. Slowly but surely bringing down that refinery. All right, 17 seconds until the next vacuum imploder is ready. Twin blades are here. Grave is ready. 40 seconds until Auroch can hit back. Nope. No Iron Curtain there. So for the current moment... Well... Bye-bye. Super reactor may get taken out by that aircraft carrier. Satellite will seal the deal. Oh, magnetic singularity in the south. neutralizes that vacuum imploder. I don't know if he's going to try and take it low power mode or if he's just going to swing in here with his twin blades, but I'm not actually sure what that plan was. Toxins clear out the buildings, so that's something. Yeah, if you could get the twin blades, that would be worth it. Honestly, waiting for the twin blades to go on top of the vacuum imploder might be the only trap juicy enough to really force the twin blades to commit. But I feel like as soon as Grave sees the flare on the ground, a yellow flare, he is going to blitz the area, slam that X key a million times with these twin blades, and just split, split, split. Because the vacuum imploder, you know, it takes a couple of seconds before it actually lands. Well, never mind. He just uses it in the north, and I mean, I guess that's someplace to use it, but like, how does that help you stop these twin blades? Oil Derrick is still there. All of this time later, Oil Derrick is still out on the map. Bullfrogs are here, Flak Troopers and Apollos as well, but there are still just too many twin blades. Would be a nice time to use an Iron Curtain on some of these units. Iron Curtain on some of these units. Well. Oh well. GG gets called. And that is the end of it. Auroch has been defeated. Oh, that's a lot of twin blades. That's a lot of twin blades. I'm sure that's like fun to play when you're the guy winning with the twin blades, but it's really not that interesting to watch. Especially like 2 games where you basically do that. And there we go. We were at game number 11 of 11. We had 1 crash game today. And other than that, they've been pretty action-packed, pretty great over the course of the day. We've been streaming for 5.5 hours. It is getting very late. But we will have gotten through a good number of replays. Eliminated them from the backlog and from the list. Thank you all very much for watching. We have a 1v1 to finish us out for the day. That will be the last game of the stream. Ooh, Ruling Chicken. Finally caught a stream live. I guess this is the last game of the day, so if you're just now tuning in, you are going to have missed the first 5.5 hours of the stream. But I think this will be a strong one to finish out the day. You missed the part of the day where I had a cup of tea and I spilled it on my keyboard, and I think I killed my keyboard. My keyboard was working initially after I spilled the tea, and then eventually it just sort of stopped working. So we shall see if it works. I have it all wrapped up right now. So hopefully it survives. And welcome to Fire Island for game number 11 of the day. That's right, we are ending with a 1v1. And in the north, as the Orange Allies, this is King Kong. In the south, as the Yellow Empire, this is GGOT. Who I have not seen in a 1v1 in quite a long time, maybe ever. This is one of those players that I more often see in team games. Seems pretty all right in team games. Solid mid-level player. Seems probably pretty similar skill level to King Kong as well. So, should be a pretty evenly matched up game. I think this is a bit of an older match, maybe 6 months old or so. So it's a little bit dated, but it's not from, 5 years ago or something. One oil derrick for each player. And it feels so weird seeing a 1v1. It's like, oh my gosh, some of this stuff actually matters because there isn't 4 other people in the game to, like, potentially throw things off completely. In those team games, certain aspects of the game just feel like they don't matter, and it's like these early engagements, a lot of the time they just don't matter because something nuts is going to happen in 3 minutes that completely negates any kind of advantage or disadvantage that you would gain or lose from these early minutes. But now I have to, like, reset. Oh, actually, shoot, like, naval yard riptides early, that's a thing, and that can actually be really powerful. And I'm trying to remember, did King Kong have a phase where he was doing the Vindy's super... Well, no, I guess if he's going 1 riptide, he didn't keep his barracks. So maybe he's got a couple of javelin soldiers in with this riptide, but Vindy's used to do this double riptide attack. Or was it triple riptide? I think it was double riptide. You get like 5 javelin soldiers, maybe 5 peacekeepers as well. It's quite expensive, especially to do early on, but Vindy's was so good at getting value with it. This is a lot of damage done to that refinery. Ew, GGOT is going to be forced to sell it off. He was trying to use the dojo core. The jukes are good, but they're not good enough. He was trying to use the dojo core to either block off the line of sight or to crush that javelin soldier, but it just was not meant to be. Whoa, check this out from GGOT. He snuck out a 3rd refinery early on, and he put it up in the top left-hand corner of the map, a hidden expansion. But King Kong goes tier 2 on a naval yard right away, gets 1 assault destroyer, and then sells off the naval yard. What a weird match this is turning into. An extra javelin soldier here cleans up that oil derrick and sticks around after the riptide leaves with all of his friends. And now these javelin soldiers are going to be going up against these mecha tangus, but these tangus, if they get close to the units, then the honorable discharge doesn't get negated by the black hole armor of this assault destroyer. So that is something to keep in mind. If you're up against an allied player with that black hole armor, and you're going to be losing a couple of tangus anyways, get them close to the javelins, and you will be able to get some kills. MCV moves to the middle of the map. It looks like he might have an airfield behind it as well. Classic play from an allied player. You get right into that position where you can take 2 more refineries, and you can have your airfield behind your MCV. I love the hidden expansion from GGOT. He did manage to get out 3 tangus here, enough to take down a Vindicator, but not really enough to... Oh, actually... The Banzai charge doesn't get stolen by the black hole armor. So 3 of the 4 jabs have been eliminated. But the Apollos are here, and this is a perfect placement. Are you kidding me? Finally, the Harvester finds the kill, finds the crush on that Javelin Soldier. That was a perfect placement of the Assault Destroyer to try and deny the crush of that Ore Collector. The Ore Collector's like, I know how to kill a Javelin Soldier under the influence of Black Hole Armor. I'll just crush it. And he just plants his Assault Destroyer on top of the Javelin Soldier. Wow, that hidden expansion absolutely saving GGOT in this game. Because if that expansion was anywhere else, either in these positions in the middle of the map, it would have been seen by King Kong and wiped off of the face of the earth. He would have seen it coming, and either his javelins or his Assault Destroyer would have cleaned it out. Refinery here, or maybe a refinery here. It looks like King Kong is ready to expand to a 3rd. Oh, MCV packs up. Is he really going turret pushing? Okay, no, he's just repositioned slightly. I guess maybe he needed to get a touch closer. No, that should be more. He should have more than enough space. Maybe he wanted a little bit of extra safety build radius. By the way, big thanks to the folks who support the channel over on Patreon, like Jesse, Sean L., Beefy Shark, K. Rao, Milos M., David B., Razorcrest, Lieutenant Victor, and Brett A., as well as everyone who just watches and enjoys Command & Conquer games 100 years after EA abandoned it. Cryo shot fires off. Oh, the Harvester barely gets caught. That's going to be 1,400 credits down the drain, but King Kong isn't paying much attention. Drops the bombs on the Striker. And the Apollos are going to try and tango with the Tengus and clean them up, but the Harvester survives. King Kong doesn't get the kill on the Harvester. And I think that, well, the bombs would have killed the Harvester anyways, even with the point defense drones. But he decides to use them on that Striker. One random Imperial Warrior. Not quite able to get crushed by that Harvester just yet. Oh, man, this Harvester just being so annoying. GGOT denying mining on 2 refineries. Where are you going? Oh, my gosh. Is King Kong going to discover the expansion in the top left while trying to take his own sneaky expansion? Oh my gosh, King Kong is about to get vision on it, and he's like, hey, what the heck? What? 22,000 credits. He's already stolen 8,000 credits from King Kong. Oh, and look at this. He's taking the other corner of the map. So even if King Kong moved down here, he would find it's already taken over. Multi-gunner turret will most likely be the choice from King Kong to try and dislodge this refinery. What's up, Linkbane? Welcome to the stream. Oh, Wifebert tuning in as well. She is out of town, but she is with us in the chat. Multi-gunner turret going for the kill. Wall segments getting knocked down, and the Striker is going to be the choice to try and save this refinery. Ooh, Striker absorbing a lot of the damage there, but the Tengus are going to be getting split away from that cryo freeze. It looks like the other corner of the map maybe has been discovered as well. A cute little capture there by King Kong to take that observation post, and he just did a flyover. That's part of the map, so he probably did see that there is indeed a refinery in the bottom right-hand corner. The refinery in the top left still hasn't been dislodged. One multi-gunner turret goes down, a second gets eliminated, and GGOT, despite his incredibly difficult opening, is actually bouncing back and bringing some of the pain back to King Kong. Spy is here. What is going on? This should not happen. This should not happen. Okay, there we go. He goes for the crush. That was, whoa, that was not how things are supposed to happen. Either the spy gets the capture of that tsunami tank, or the tsunami tank crushes the spy. Those things are not supposed to just stare at each other lovingly for a couple of seconds and then hope that the other one forgets that they're there. Refineries are being made safe once again. GGOT's harassment, very expensive harassment, is coming to an end. Did he never? He must have taken over this refinery. I guess it just got knocked down again, maybe by a cryo blast or something else. Cryo Vindicator or something coming in with the Peacekeeper. A couple of Strikers are moving out. GGOT, he is happy to just wheel and deal with small batches of units. A couple of Tengus here, a couple of Tsunamis there, a couple of Strikers over on the right side. Trades an IFV for a Striker, maybe. It's funny watching the damage on Strikers suddenly get depleted. Ooh, the Engineer almost getting deleted there, but managing to jump out just in time, and now these two things can't do any harm to each other. But the Strikers take so much damage in the sky from the IFV anti-air missiles. Okay, that point defense drone was after the freeze, but it looks like it's frozen, even though it's not. And that's the secret. If you're going to use the point defense drones on something that's frozen, wait until it's frozen and then use the point defense drones, because the point defense drones won't be frozen and so they won't be an insta-kill by the unit. And then the Vindicators come in, but Point Defense Drone saves that Harvester from taking a bunch of damage, so it's not in the low damage mode just yet. And GGOT has 4 refineries under his control. I think he has lost 6 refineries over the course of this game. Maybe not that many, but he has lost a lot of refineries over the course of this game, and he is now back up to 4 working refineries. GGOT's ability to bounce back in this game is pretty darn impressive. Tier 2 Allied MCV. We must have a couple of cryocopters somewhere, surely. 2 Vindicators, 2 Apollos, a couple of Guardian tanks. I'm not seeing a lot of cryocopters, which might actually be a problem for King Kong. He's got the laser painter, but, like, what are you going to do with that? Vindicators coming in, Apollos in the sky, cleaning out the strikers one by one by one. The Tengus are nowhere nearby, and GGOT is going to have to run from this MCV if he doesn't want to be part of the roller destruction derby. If he wants to save those tsunamis, he is going to have to cut and run. Multi-gunner turret to push those tsunamis away. And the Tengus never came to fight with the Apollos or the Vindicators. They just let those strikers die. Strikers just got overwhelmed and knocked down. And then suddenly he doesn't have nearly as much firepower as he would like to. Javelins and multi-gunners on the ground getting a ton of free damage. All right. Cryocopters are now out. King Kong is rolling with his 4 refineries. He's got all of his harvesters working as well. He's feeling good. That attack, if it had gone a little bit... Oh, no! Worst things have happened, but massive oh, no. Another refinery goes down. Hopefully GGOT realizes this. Well, it may be too late. Ooh, that attack went very poorly for GGOT. And now he is, well... He's going to be down a couple of refineries from where he wanted to be. And now his harvesters are under threat. IFVs on the ground, keeping those cryocopters safe, at least for now. Tengu's going to go for the transform. They're going to have to use that honorable discharge to actually get the kills on the tanks. But for now, they will save that refinery, allow those harvesters to get back to work. And, well, the Guardian tanks have split up some of these Tengus, made them a little bit less effective when they use that honorable discharge. IFV gets eliminated, but IFV is going to be harassing that refinery. Meanwhile, the Striker finds the kills against the Guardian tanks. 1 Guardian tank down. 2 might get eliminated, and that will be the end because the Striker gets killed off as well. The IFVs get jumped on, and it's a trade back and forth, back and forth. A Striker for an IFV, for a Tengu, for a Guardian tank, for a Javelin, for a Vindicator. Well, okay, the Vindicators didn't actually die, but they were used to kill off some of those units. And actually, no, this is great for this Tengu. He's just claiming kill after kill after kill against those single infantry, engaging one at a time. A Riptide goes down, but so does a Harvester. A Yari mini-sub will find a Harvester kill, and a multi-gunner turret will get the kill on the Yari. But it's actually going to be a suicide run for that Yari, and the Riptide will get trapped out into the water. But if he can draw those Strikers out of position, that eliminates them from the... Well, it might eliminate them from the game if this Apollo can chase them down. You're too far from land. What are you going to do? One of you will pay the price. The other one will be able to escape. The Tengu is here, that fully heroic Tengu, there to save his buddy. Riptide's joining the fray, but it's going to be the engineer that pays the price. Okay, actually, the Riptide is going to pay the price also because of the double Harvester guns, and it's back to 4 refineries for GGOT. He has built so many refineries. He has rebuilt both of his main base refineries, maybe more than once, at least each of them once, maybe one of them twice. And then he has built 4 other refineries besides that, and he's lost 2 of those external ones. So this is not a good game for GGOT's refineries. He's doing a good job of bouncing back every single time, but it is not good for his balance sheet. Killing that harvester is good, though. He might actually get this refinery as well. King Kong is not going to be able to stop that refinery kill one way or the other. And now these Yari mini-subs might be able to take down the naval yard. They could even swing to the north side of the map and take down that power plant if they've got some free time on their hands. Well, they forced the sell-off of that naval yard. One of them went heroic as well. GGOT needs to worry about his front door because knock, knock. Here comes King Kong. He's ready to climb on top of your house and bring it down. Apollo's shredding those strikers. Jabs as well under the protection of the black hole armor. They bring down striker after striker after striker, and GGOT's army once again gets wiped out. Another refinery taken down, another Empire army just eliminated. And King Kong barely not able to keep his own units alive as well. Honestly, go for the power plant in the back. Maybe pick your moment to actually get the kill, because this guy is coming for you with multi-gunner turrets. King Kong has planted his MCV in the middle of the map. He's taken the refineries on the GGOT side of the map. Striker does transform. The Apollo may go down. No, just took a bunch of damage. Gonna get some free repairs, fuel back up, get some more ammo, all of that stuff. And hey, I kind of thought there would be a multi-gunner turret here to help secure this location, but actually, King Kong may have overstepped his bounds. We'll see if this is a bit of an overcommitment. That engineer is gonna get the heal on the MCV, which is nice for King Kong. Ah, there's the multi-gunner turret, okay. Transforms. The Vindicator sort of wasted its bombs, but the Apollo will get the kill. And the multi-gunner turret goes down regardless. Riptide is here. A brutal fight back and forth. The Harvester has not been restarted by King Kong. So even if he makes this place secure, he still has to spend the cash on the Harvester and wait the 20 seconds for it to build. Yari mini-subs looking for their spot. King Kong looking for a fresh expansion in the top left-hand corner. GGOT has re-expanded to the bottom right-hand corner, but King Kong is going to, well, he might just get a free kill here. We'll see. Tengus are here, so the transform will happen. Goodbye, Javelin. Goodbye, Riptide. Nice and easy kill there for GGOT. Another Javelin to break down this refinery. It never ends. It just never ends. King Kong is the king of harassment in this game, just always splitting off one unit here, one unit there. And oh man, he barely doesn't find the kill on that refinery. It's going to be a big Cryogeddon on top of the war factory, on top of the barracks. Everything is here, and yet, where are the allied units to get the kill? The Guardian tank gets a kill on a power plant. That is an amazing win for GGOT. If there's not a precision bomber or something that just suddenly smashes into this, this is an amazing... Don't count your chickens before they're hatched. Mecha Bay has restored. That's a Tier 2 Mecha Bay that's been restored. Power plant is restored. Barracks is the only thing that's a Tier 1 barracks. Who cares? Oh, that was a huge win for GGOT. Fortunately, he's got these wall segments which delay this Javelin soldier. No, you need to actually commit to that kill. Yeah, Banzai charge. Oh, he's going to lose half the health on that refinery. Maybe a little less than that. But this is a brutal fight back and forth, and that was a huge win for GGOT. That mistake by King Kong, well, I don't know that it will have cost him the game, but it certainly made it a lot easier for GGOT to stay in this match. If he had lost his Tier 2 Mecha Bay and all of that other stuff, he probably would have been low power and has his production completely reset. In the meantime, GGOT has actually done a really good job of curtailing the Allied expansion. King Kong has been battering down the door of GGOT minute after minute after minute, and GGOT is just like barely holding on, you know, fingertips at the edge of a cliff kind of stuff, and King Kong is just stomping his heel into his fingers. And yet GGOT is like every time just moving his hand at the last possible second, keeping his hopes alive. King Kong has played this one out really smart and aggressive in a number of ways, but he just feels so evenly matched with GGOT that he can't get the winning blow. I mean, this game started with like early refinery kills and a sneaky third ref very quickly by GGOT, and is swung all the way around to a chronosphere and a proton collider getting built in a 1v1. Wave Force Artillery are here. Every time you think GGOT is out, like he's going to be smacked down and finally King Kong is going to win, it's like GGOT just brings something out. It's some attack. It's 4 strikers coming in from a weird angle, and he's just like constantly showing up and just doing big damage to kill off something of King Kong's. All right, what is going on now? Psionic Decimator. What is that? Okay, we were talking about this earlier in the stream chat. These are apparently, yeah, oh, okay, they actually are there. If we could zoom in even more, we can actually see that there are little Eurykos in there. I've literally never noticed that. I thought those were just white, like, decals, just bits of the building. I did not realize that these are all pods, and this is 6 Euryko clones all joined together with, like, mind juice machines that, you know, suck up their psychokinetic powers and allow them to destroy half of the map. Wave Force Artillery is here. He's about to knock down this war factory. You may be knocking on my door, but I am the one who knocks right back. Where is this? Is that an engineer or is that a spy inside of that? That's a spy. Your Wave Force Artillery? My Wave Force Artillery. Whose Wave Force Artillery is it anyways? And the spy goes down immediately. But this King Oni is going to get shrunk down. The Wave Force Artillery has tried to escape. He won't actually be able to go in. Chronosphere onto the mountain. And the King Oni falls into the hill. Every time either player you feel like, okay, the one is cracked, the other one is got it, and then they just do something to take it back. Vindicator's going to be able to kill on these tank busters as they spawn in here. Tengu's going for the harass on these harvesters, and the tank busters are not going to survive the day. This Jet Tengu is flying faster than his own bullets. He was literally shooting from behind himself. Balloon bombs get called in, breaking down the walls and helping that tank buster do more damage, but ultimately it is not going to be enough. Final squadron is going to get called in on top of that. Cryocopter is going to freeze that striker. A second striker is here. Cryocopter kind of has to take its choice. There's going to be 2 defender cores as well. Power plant didn't go down. Refinery didn't go down. Harvester didn't go down on the north side of the map. And the Cryocopter survives. Albeit barely. But he does. Oh, truly, truly barely. That guy is naked, afraid, cold, and hoping that nobody looks at him. Because that guy is close to death. Double defender core outside of this tier 3 mecha bay. Sometimes that's all you need. 1 minute 50 on the clock for the Proton, 3 minute 20 for GGOT. That's Psionic Decimator. Cryocopter going to get some repairs, get healed up. Peacekeeper is still there in the top left-hand corner of the map. GGOT pushing forward once again. King Oni gets shrunk down. Cryocopter goes down. Strikers, tank busters, King Oni, and an Imperial Warrior. What happened to King Kong's army? He maybe have spread a little bit too thin. Apollos have found the strikers just after they transformed. and there is not much more that shoots up. A multi-gunner turret is nice, but it's only nice if it has power, and the Chronosphere gets eliminated. That King Oni goes heroic, and the Vindicators are going to try and stop the bleeding. They go for the splash damage on those tank busters. And the King Onis are going to stomp their way towards a Proton Collider if they can, but that's all the way on the north side of the island. King Onis are instead going to be going for the consolation prize, which is killing off a refinery. And the spy gets eliminated. That was almost 2 King Onis going over to the side of King Kong, which you'd think he'd be the one with the king-oriented units. Proton Collider. Is it worth it using a Proton? Oh, that's another spy. GGOT knows it. He's like, that's not my guy. That's a lot of cash in spies going down the drain. All right, that's just a regular Peacekeeper. Wall segments are coming up. Airfield as well. Cryogeddon. These King Onis need to get out of that freeze range. The Imperial Warrior is on the other side of the freeze range, and that is a regular Peacekeeper once again, but that is not King Oni. No! Oh, they get the crush! They get the crush! I thought that was going to be it. Proton Collider will fire off and will find its mark. A Tier 3 Mecha Bay. And as much as GGOT could sell off, he sold off because... What was that? What was that? How did that... What killed it? What killed that refinery? That's a spy. If you're not a spy, prove it by attacking me. Not something you typically say to a spy, but say to someone. Ooh, one more shot from that King Oni. He gets it. And that Proton Collider may have knocked down a lot of stuff in the Empire base, but did it do enough to win the game? King Oni will go down to that fully heroic Vindicator. 1 King Oni left to try and kill that Proton Collider. But at the same time, Tengus and Balloon Bombs and Tank Busters are coming in to disrupt King Kong's main base. Tengus might go for the transform. No, they just bear the brunt of the damage, and GGOT is bashing down the front door. King Kong, after all of this time, may not actually be able to hold back the flood of Empire firepower heading his way. GG gets called, and GGOT takes the game, going OTT over the top to win that match. 30-minute banger to finish us out. Those two guys were so evenly matched between the two of them that just turned into a crazy long game considering where it started from. That was not how I expected that match to go. But thank you all very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. And this is Cybert signing out.